Even if I wanted you to. I don't. At all. Not one bit. Should have gone to the bathroom first. Too late now. Hang tight. Oh, I hope the shitting noises don't come on the fucking. Come through. That would be a hey, Travesty. That's my new alias. I'm Subterranean Travesty now. Another one. DJ Khaled says another one referring to songs. I say it referring to aliases. I'm not this person too. And that person. And this one. And hey. See you later. Buster, take it away. I'll be right back. It's this way. Well, play. Hey, I'll play some of my music for you. This is getting cut out of the vlog.
This is Democracy Manifest.
I've got 2 Humvees full of barbells here, and I'm on my way down there.
Well, Mobile.
Yeah, this is Luther.
You done with the weights?
Dude, I'm bonded with the stick. You can assess the damage at the end of my stick.
Are you serious, or what are you doing?
I'm a serious weightlifter.
Cool.
No, like, you're the Clown Motel, right? I'm gonna knock you guys into each other. How's that sound? Said he wanted a cash deposit, and I told him no. Got some artillery in there as well. Charlie, you're not hearing me. For 24 hours at a time. I'm gonna be eating raw meat in the room. Do you have anything by Dugan Nash? I don't understand. That R&B single?
Hello?
I really don't.
Well,
And I'm not trying to poke fun at anything. Dugan Nash. R&B singles like
Can I ask you what you're
Nash. Yeah.
really weird? Hello?
Triple flip. Nash. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come up there and unload all my dumbbells and barbells. Nash. Yeah, spread everything over.
Cool. Cops will be waiting for you. You go on down.
I'll knock you guys into each other. How's that sound? I'm freaking tired.
Straight win.
How you doing? How about oral sash? Okay, now I'm talking about Dugan.
In the juice. We got the bean juice. It's ready to be squeezed out. We got a strainer. We're gonna put the strainer over a cup. We're gonna put the beans into the strainer. The strainer's gonna separate beans from juice. We got beans on one side, juice on the other side. Except instead of being left and right, it's up and down. That's how it works with bean juice. Let's fucking strain it, dude. I'm straining it. My ability to make this make sense right now. Bean juice, you know it. You know it. I knew you would know it. Thank you for understanding. Okay. Look, I shaved my face. I feel smooth. I am smooth, objectively and subjectively. Hold on, I just spilled juice. Not bean juice, mind you. This is the bag kind of juice. One kind you don't want to spill. Fucking fruit punch. Made with. We promise it's made with a fruit. We promise there are atoms in this product that came from some fruit. This was made with fruit. Real fruit? They're like, yeah. What kind? And it's like the kind that grows in the bush that you don't know if you're not supposed to eat or not. Like when you're a kid. And they're kind of hard. Like you throw them at the fucking windshield and it pops. There's a lot of foods like that where it's like made with real this, and you're like, okay, and you look it up, and it's technically they put 1 drop of the like the concentrated fucking essence of that, and then the rest is just like styrofoam. Grapes? No, they're like grapes. They're like grapes, but like a fifth of the size, and instead of popping when you squeeze them, they're like they rupture, but then there's like a hard seed in the middle, like a pit. It's called pit. See, I'm smart. I knew what inside of it's called. They're like poison berries. Not actual poison berries. I don't know if poison berries are an actual type of berry, but the generic poison berries. And you're a kid, like, those are the poison berries. This might have been a subjective experience. I don't know. It could be. All I know is I used to pass the bush, and every time I pass the bush, I'm like, damn, can I eat those or not? They don't look like they taste good. I've tasted them before, and they don't taste good. My mom told me not to eat them. But what does she know? She told me not to fucking do drugs either. And look how good I feel. You know? That's just how it is sometimes. I gotta walk back and forth like a college professor on fucking crack. Hold on, this is how you smoke crack. This is how you know if someone's actually smoked crack. When they talk about smoking crack and they do the gesture, it's this. Because like people be like, I'm smoking crack, dude. It's not smoking crack. That's how you smoke weed. You smoke crack like this. You gotta have the lighter here. You're shaking the lighter because you barely want to hit the fucking. Okay, here's how crack is smoked. Let me give you some game, okay? This is how you smoke crack. First, you get a glass tube. Is this something I can talk about on YouTube? This is how you smoke Minecraft crack, okay? Officer, you get the crack. First, you buy crack. That's a whole ordeal on its own, you know. If you want to not pay for it, what you can do is, it's complicated. A lot of drug dealers will sell crack. Okay, this is New York. In New York, they sell crack in vials. In Florida, they don't sell crack in anything. They hand you the rock with their hand. Okay, so what you can do is pull up in your car. You have to have a car. If you're a crackhead, you're already like probably not gonna be able to do this. But you get someone with a car to do it for you. Then you're good. You pull up, crack dealer looks both ways 6 times, then backs away from the car and comes back to the car. All right, let's do this. You roll down the window. You do a little nay-nay. So you're sorry, you gotta get your crack. Yeah, for legal reasons, I'm talking about sidewalk cracks. We smoke those. The idea of the gap between 2 pieces of sidewalk. We smoke it. It's ideology. We smoke an ideology out here. Fucking. Okay, you get the crack dealer to put his hand inside the car. Say, let me see it. Make sure it's not, less than it's supposed to be. You go, Take the car, shift it into gear. Say, I'm gonna park the car. You don't say that. You just act as if you're doing that. And then the real fucking, you gotta be ready, because it's like a quick, you gotta do this all in succession. Crack it, let me see it. You gotta be really stern. Let me see it. He goes, you go like this. And fucking pull out of there, smack his hand, that's just flying all in your car. You're gonna have a good time once you smoke that crack. And I'm gonna tell you how, okay? After you smoke the crack, you're gonna have a fucking horrible afternoon smoking whatever the fuck is in your carpet, because you're gonna be like looking for more pieces of crack in your carpet. That's the worst part, okay? One time I was on acid. I took 2 times of acid, and wasn't really like too strong, but I was still tripping. And it was someone's first time, and they didn't feel it at all. They said, and it'd been like 4 hours, right? and I was tripping. So either they didn't know, like I wasn't tripping that hard though. So I don't think they knew what acid felt like and just kind of assumed that it wasn't working. That was my first acid experience. I just 6 things. I went from one thing to the next thing like 6 times. Let me back up a little bit. My first time doing acid, it was like too weak, and I didn't know that I was feeling it. Later, I was able to look back and be like, oh, those mild effects were the acid. But okay, so you smacked our hand, you got the crack in your car, now you're ready to smoke it. What do? Well, shit, you can't just put that in a fucking weed pipe and smoke it. It's crack, okay? You need a crack pipe. And people will say, like, okay, Vosh does this all the time. It makes me irate, okay? He'll put an image of a meth pipe on the screen and say, oh yeah, this guy's smoking crack. Look, let's get our crack pipe ready, guys. And I just want to fucking reach through the fucking internet and say, you dumb asshole. That's a meth pipe. That's a meth pipe, buddy. Hey, you don't know shit. I can't even take your opinion seriously anymore. You don't even know the difference between a crack pipe and a meth pipe. How am I supposed to trust you? You know what I mean? Anyway, you get your crack pipe. A crack pipe is a straight tube of glass, okay? A meth pipe is like basically a dab rig, like when you take weed dabs, but it's a little bit more minimal than that. You don't have the water, it's just the fucking glass bowl and the fucking, this is the part where you put your mouth on. That's a meth pipe. Because meth, you vaporize. Crack, you also vaporize, but you're freebasing it. It's a little bit different than just straight up vaping meth. I'm giving you game right now, okay? This is knowledge you will need if you're gonna be any sort of fan of mine, okay? You better start smoking crack yesterday if you want to understand anything I'm doing, alright? Let me tell you, you got your straight glass tube. You can get one of these by buying a meth pipe and busting out the fucking bubble at the end. Meth pipes are also called bubbles. Or rose glass roses. If you go to the fucking gas station, they got a little rose inside a glass. That's actually a meth pipe. Now you know. Now you know. You got your straight tube. What else do you need? Well, a lighter, but you can't just put the crack in the fucking end of the tube and smoke it. You can handle crack. Trust me. Try it. It's great. It's not. Crack is the worst drug because it lasts like 15 seconds and all it does is make you want to smoke more crack. Like, you can get the same effect by chugging like 4 cups of coffee. Unironically, like if you got 5 shots of espresso here, you're when that shit hits, that's what crack feels like. You'd be like, and that's it. And it wears off. And you got a headache and you feel nauseous. It's not good. It literally just wakes you up. Like, really, it makes you very awake very quickly. And then very shitty feeling very quickly. And then very craving. You crave that shit. But you're missing one key ingredient. The chore boy. Gotta get that chore boy. Also known as, what is it? Copper? It's the scrub pads you buy at the store. It's not coated in anything. It's just the fucking copper that you buy. It's called chore boy. You use it to scrub things. You got that chore, bro. You gotta get the chores. You gotta get the chores done. You gotta use the chore boy. Smoke the chore crack. You gotta smoke chore crack, buddy. It's a regional accent of the Nether from Minecraft. Crackheads there, top tier. Okay, let me tell you. But you can't just fucking smoke the chore boy. It's just got all kinds of chemicals. You don't know what the fuck's on it. You don't want to just straight up smoke the fucking chore boy. That's bad for you. You smoke crack, not fucking aluminum foil or whatever the fuck they got on there. Okay, this is the crackhead mentality. You're not gonna. You smoke crack. You don't smoke fucking metal fumes, buddy. That's 2 different things. Unless there's metal fumes in the crack, then it's fair game. Okay, but if not. If you have any self-respect, you burn the chore boy, make sure it turns a different color, because then you know it's been oxidized. That's all that's going on there. It's copper scrub pad. It oxidizes, it turns fucking different. Maybe it's a different metal now. I don't know. I'm not a chemist. I'm a chemical enthusiast. Okay, you take the chore boy, you make it turn color with the lighter, burn it, make sure it's not going to do that while you're smoking it, and then put it in the tube. First you gotta make a little ball of it. You squish it up into a little ball. In Minecraft, this is not real crack smoking instructions. Officer, YouTube staff, I wouldn't recommend cocaine unless you want an early heart attack. I agree with that. I would recommend cocaine even if you do want an early heart attack, because you could achieve that and have a much better time in the process with, for example, methamphetamine, methylene deoxymethamphetamine, MDMA. I said the full word to make it sound smart. But yeah, hold on, I gotta focus. Hold on. Where were we? Oh yeah, you make the little ball of chore boy for your school project, and then you put it in the glass tube, also part of your school project. Put the crack on the, okay, you hold it like this, Make sure that you got this much glass tube, you got like this much charboy in there. It's not too packed too tightly, because then you won't be able to get airflow, won't be able to like dissolve into it. This is like you're making your vape coil. This is bootleg vape coil. If you wanted to, you could use a crack pipe and a crack setup, the crack setup that you're making right now to vape tubes. That's basically what the vapes where you drip the drip vapes are. It's the same thing, same concept, except you can get prescription meth. I do get prescription meth. Well, not meth. It's just amphetamine. But yes, desoxin is prescription methamphetamine. That's why meth is not a Schedule 1 drug, but a Schedule 2 drug. Fucking nuts. It's nuts. You should be able to buy meth at the store. Pure meth. I genuinely believe that. That's a real belief of mine. Because people who are going to do meth are going to do meth. You're not stopping a meth head from getting their meth, okay? Period. Ever. You can put them in prison. They're still going to do meth if they want to do meth. That's just how it is. That's how meth heads are. Meth heads are creative folks. I'm one of them. I get prescription amphetamine. It's the same shit. Meth is just a fucking more bioavailable version of amphetamine. Like, if you take enough Adderall, it's the same exact thing as meth. Unironically. It crosses the blood-brain barrier much quicker, much more easily than amphetamine. And that's why it's more powerful. That's like heroin versus, prescription painkillers, okay? It's the same thing. Like, heroin is literally diacetylmorphine. It's two morphine molecules connected with the diacetyl. Not a chemist, but it's two morphine molecules, breaks apart, and it hits you harder. But it's still morphine. It's the same feeling. Same thing with the we're gonna get back to the finish. We're gonna finish the crack smoking instructions, but I got a lot of information I gotta get through here. Okay, we got a whole stack of papers, one at a time. All right, meth, crack, fucking PCP. What's next? We gotta get through this. Let's go. Chop, 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 chop. Chopping up work like karate. Work is slang for meth or any drugs that you're selling. If it's the work, usually it's crack. Usually work means that crack that you're cooking yourself. You buy cocaine, and you get the crack. I'm not gonna tell you how to cook crack. I think that might actually be illegal. I don't even know how, to be honest. I know how, but it takes practice. It's an art form. Like, you have to have it's like you can read about it, but then when you actually go to do it, it's not gonna work out because you have to have practice and know what you're doing a little bit more than that. You get a feel for it. You gotta get a feel for the crack you're cooking. Anyway, where was I? You consider becoming a pharmacist. You have to go to school for that, I'm pretty sure. You have to, I'm a street pharmacist, bro. I'm a fucking... I unironically love giving people information about drugs, like safety information. I'm a moderator on the fucking opioid research chemical forum on Reddit. That's something I enjoy doing, giving people, safety information and stuff. But this is not safety information. This is unsafety information. I lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah, meth, prescription amphetamine. I'm on that shit right now, bro. I'm on Adderall right now. That's how I'm able to focus so well and be motivated so well. It's like, I have ADHD. I can't fucking tie my shoes without forgetting what I'm doing 6 times. What's the solution here? Drugs, of course. Drugs. I love drugs. They're great. The doctor agrees. Dude, you need drugs and lots of them. Literally, I'm a recovering addict. I go to the same fucking medical facility for everything I get, right? It's a medical center. Fucking the addiction recovery doctor is the one who prescribes me the amphetamine. Unironically, he also prescribes me an opioid. So I'm like, I have to be speedballing to function. I have to be on an upper and a downer at all times. The doctor agrees. The doctor is a good doctor. Not the good doctor, mind you. He would not have understood what I got going on. This guy's an addiction doctor. He's like, look, I'm not one to enable anyone. It's my job to get people clean from drugs. You might be the one person who needs drugs to function, This right here is an opioid. It's called Suboxone. It's what you take when you quit fentanyl or you try to quit opioids, you take this instead because it doesn't get you high. It also keeps you from withdrawing and feeling when you take opioids, you fry your brain a little bit. Your brain will never be able to feel pleasure the same way. That's a true thing. It's not because you've experienced the pinnacle of pleasure. Heroin doesn't even feel that good. It's just because your reward system gets fucked with. So in order to feel pleasure or joy or anything other than an empty shell of a human being ever again, gotta get this shit right here. This is thebomb.com. Don't take it if you don't have your brain fried already, because meth is an early birch reduction. Easy birch reduction? What does that mean? Meth, I want pot to not rip out of my hair every day. Oh, I want pot to not rip out. I smoke weed too. Weed, it's very good for anger management. That's my anger management tool. Not necessarily. I don't really use weed for anger management. I use weed for inspiration sometimes. When I'm sitting here like trying to make music and I don't know what the fuck to do, and I feel like I'm just getting frustrated, like I smoke some weed, come back, vibe a little bit, helps me vibe, you know, get in the vibe, get the feeling, like, and start feeling that shit. Because when you make music, sometimes you'll just be doing it to do it, and you don't have a goal in mind. If you have a goal in mind and something you're working towards, it makes the music making a lot easier. And anyway, let's talk about crack. I gotta get back to the crack. Oh yeah, crack. Okay, guys, you can get ephedrine from a plant. I didn't know that. Bonus speedball, horse trank, and black tar heroin. Unironically, I've done that. I've done heroin and ketamine at the same time. Ketamine's a horse trank. They put elephant tranquilizers in the fucking heroin now. The fentanyl, it's like some other fucking shit. I don't know what they call it. It's like, I don't know. This is the one I got out of the game, but I was already in the game when the research chemicals and all that shit were like going on. But now that I'm out of the game, they're putting horse trank in the fentanyl, dude. What the fuck? Like, that blows my mind. Is fentanyl not strong enough for you? You had to put horse tranquilizers in it as well as fentanyl? Like, dude, that coming from me, you need to take it down a notch, okay? People walking around like fucking zombie mode, they're on that trank shit. I don't know what they call it, but they have like test kits they give out for that because it's like so common. New York is on some other shit, dude. I thought Florida gets a bad rap, okay? They like their bath salts, they like their flocka, they like, you know, drowning in their neighbor's pool at 4 a.m. naked. But, you know, unannounced, too. It's not like, hey, can I use your pool neighbor? I'm gonna drown in it naked. It's like, hey, I'm gonna use it whether you like it or not. You can call the cops if you got a problem with it. It happens, it's Florida. But in New York, bro, they're putting trank in the fent. I can't even comprehend that. Like, dude, you know, this fentanyl is just not strong enough. The car fentanyl, the 100 times more potent than fentanyl, just not doing it for me. I know. Let's get some fucking tranquilizers in here. It is what it is. It's too much for me. The city, it's a little bit too much. But that's the beauty of it. That's what's so good. Okay, I gotta give you the instructions on how to smoke crack in Minecraft. I didn't finish. You put the crack on top of the chore boy. Make sure the chore boy's pushed down a little bit so it doesn't just like fall off the top. Melts it with the lighter a little bit, so it melts into the coil. You basically built a vape coil, bootleg ass vape coil. That's what you're doing. And then you don't smoke the crack like, cause you just hit that shit with the lighter. It's gonna fucking burn. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna vaporize. It's gonna burn off. Which I don't know how the fuck it works. The molecule gets destroyed. I don't know where it goes. Not my again, not a chemist. But you want to heat up the fucking metal in there as little, I mean, just enough, like just to the temperature it needs to be to vaporize the crack. And that's how you smoke crack. That is the key. Because if you just hit that shit with the lighter, then it's gonna fucking, you don't even hit the flame, you don't suck the flame in there. You just kind of like flick it, you go. That's why when people like who do smoke crack, like mimic the act of smoking crack, they're going, because that's what you're doing. You're like just barely hitting it up, flicking the lighter on there until it gets to the temp it needs to be. You're welcome. I just gave you useful information. Your mom go tell your mom right now. She's gonna be so proud of you. Look, guess what I learned? I didn't have to do it. I just know it, you know? Unironically, that might be a social harm. Like, I think spreading that information will make people interested in doing it, because now they got that, well, I might as well, I already know what to do, you know? That's how I felt when I was a kid. I was like, I used to read about how to do all these different drugs, just so I would be ready when I could find them. And like, I could never find weed until I was like 15, which is crazy, right? Because you hear people like 12 years old smoking weed and shit. But I was a nerd. I used to wear blue plaid shorts, blue and white plaid shorts, and a red Coca-Cola t-shirt. You know, it's like a generic red t-shirt, white Coca-Cola. That was my fit. That was the Kyler fit, okay? And I wore reading glasses that I didn't need because I thought it was cool. Fucking, it was not. It wasn't. Oh my god. I just had a flashback. Fucking, there's this picture of me, 5th grade, fucking yearbook photo, right? I got this like half fucking smile like this, and glasses. It's a nightmare. My haircut, I have like a cow. Is it cowlick? I used to think it was like colic, there. But I learned later it's cowlick, like that. I don't know. Cows don't lick me. If they do, maybe they did when I was a kid because I had my fucking hair sticking up every way, which way. That's why my hair's long now, because then I don't have to worry about that shit. But when my hair is short, it goes like this way, like on the side, it goes like backwards like this, and right here it goes like forward. So it's like someone fucking took a machine, like a what do they call it, buffing machine, wax on, wax off machine, and they just went like and my hair got fucking fucked up in a circle. You can't tell anymore because I love my hair. I haven't had long hair until I didn't get long hair until 2020. I think it was 2020, because then I overdosed and I woke up in the hospital and my hair was gone. That was the most traumatizing part of the whole fucking experience of like near death. Waking up with a tube in my dick and my hair was gone. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, where'd it go? And you realize I can't get it back. I just gotta wait. I just gotta fucking wait. And I'm like, I know what it looks like, guys. First of all, I'm not a skinhead. Second of all, I don't have short hair. It's taking. I don't know if you can imagine what that feels like. Our hair is kind of, that's cool. I like wavy hair. It's fucking, it was a trip because I didn't even know my hair was on. I'm like, why is my head so cold? Why is there a tube in my dick? And I said that. That's all I said when I woke up, apparently. I don't remember this. Apparently I said some shit. My mom won't tell me what I said. It's fucked up. I was like coming out of a coma and saying whatever the fuck was on my mind. No discretion at all. And my mom won't tell me what the fuck I said. Other than I was like screaming over and over and over again, there's a tube in my dick, there's a tube in my dick. It's like, it's a shocking thing to wake up to, you know? Usually things don't go in there. They come out of there. You don't go in. I mean, unless you're like into that. I mean, I'm not, okay? I hadn't experienced that before. And when they pull it out, they don't just like, we're do it gentle. They fucking yank it out because they want to get it out good and done. Like, they don't want the end to break off in there. I assume. I don't know. Not a nurse. Not a nurse. I'm a victim of nurses. And a nurse victimizer. Not really. I make that joke a lot. Like, I make jokes about fucking up nurses because it's like, it's an analogy. I'm making a point about the police. Bear with me. When I talk about, like, he's like, dude, it's fucked up. You're fucking up nurses. But I'm like, yeah, but they signed up to be a nurse. Like, they put themselves in harm's way. You know, when you're a nurse, you're not like a bedside nurse. That's a different thing. It's like, why was there a tube in your dick? It's called a catheter. Beats me, dude. They had to make me pee. They had to make me pee, I guess, because I couldn't pee because I was in a coma. I don't know. All I know is that they did what they had to do. Maybe it was for fun. Maybe like this fucking guy needs to learn his lesson. When we wake him up, he's gonna have a tube in his dick. He's not gonna want to do fentanyl ever again. And it worked. Never did fentanyl again. Actually, I did as soon as I got out of the hospital. But then I went to rehab and I never did fentanyl again. Crazy shit. Drugs will make you do that. Drugs are the craving for a drug is like being hungry. Like you haven't eaten like a whole day. You haven't eaten all day, but like times 20 because drugs fuck your reward system up like 20 times as hard as food. So you're 20 times as hungry as the hungriest you've ever been. There's nothing you won't do to make those drugs appear, right? And that's why people do crazy shit in the pursuit of them. And that's why, like, even for months, that you're prone to relapse. Even if you got your life together and you're getting shit together, and it's so much better now, you feel so much better, you still might do it because cravings are not something that you have control over. You feel it. You don't like what you know and the things you act upon and your decisions are mostly unconscious, I believe. Most decision making is done subconsciously. And then I think, like, a neuroscientist told me this. I don't know how full of shit he was, because sometimes doctors just make shit up like this. Like it's like a, you know, a wisdom, what do they call it? Like what do they call that? Fuck, what do they call that? It's a thingicism. It's like a thingicism. What do they call that? A fucking, not mysticism. It's like, or it's something. It's a moralism. It's not moralism. It's fucking. Oh god. What is it? What is it called? What the fuck? Maybe it's moralism. Maybe like a moralism. I don't know. Fucking. Everyone left. They didn't like the tube dick talk. Can you tell I have ADHD? I don't even think I finished the crack smoking instruction. No, I did. And the next thing I was going to say after that was why cocaine is the worst drug. Cocaine is the worst drug Not because it is the most destructive drug, not because it's the most fucking addictive drug, but because it's fucking just not a good drug. It just sucks. It does not feel good. For me at least. I don't know. Fucking methylphenidate, also known as Ritalin. I was prescribed that as a kid, so I've always had a tolerance to cocaine because methylphenidate, Ritalin, is the most chemically similar medication to cocaine, except for cocaine itself, which is also prescribed for nose numbing purposes. Crazy shit. Weed is still Schedule 1. Cocaine, Schedule 2. Cocaine should be just banished from the earth altogether because it's not worth it. You could get it for free and it's still not worth it. It's a shitty ass experience. Caffeine does the same thing. You can't snort you can snort caffeine, but you're not gonna walk and get some fucking pure caffeine. If you did get pure caffeine, you have to do a lot of it, and it doesn't numb your nose, which helps you snort more of it. Like, that's the thing about coke. You can just snort a whole fucking line of it because it doesn't hurt. Because as soon as it hits the fucking wall of your nose, it's gonna numb the nose. Like, so people like snorting things. I think. Like, I think if you just sold a fucking a product. Hey, it's my new product. It's powder you can snort. People would be like, that's dope. I'm gonna snort it, and they do. I think behaviors and drugs are both have the capacity to be addictive. Like the act of smoking, I believe, is an addictive behavior. I think chewing on your fingernails is an addictive behavior. It's this method of getting feedback from whatever you're doing that can cause you to form a habit. It's habit forming. Like snorting things is also like that, I think, because it doesn't feel good. It hurts. It's gross. It drips back down the back of your throat, but it drips down the back of your throat and it hurts and you feel something. It makes you feel something. Like, unironically, that's the appeal for a lot of people. You can be sitting in your room bored, like, what the fuck am I gonna do? I'm a drug addict, so obviously I want to do drugs. You'll fucking crush up some pills and snort them. Like, I mean, if you're mentally ill, that is. But like, my point remains. I think the snorting part of cocaine is more addictive than the cocaine itself, because cocaine and caffeine feel exactly the same. Exactly the same. Like, almost. Cocaine causes your brain to like release dopamine and shit, so it does like hijack your reward system in that sense. But also, it just makes you up. It just makes you up. It makes you more talkative. Like, I don't know. When I get more woken up, I feel more talkative by default. If I go drink a cup of coffee, I'm fucking chatting everyone's ears off. Like, people think I'm on drugs when I'm not on drugs. When I don't take my fucking Adderall, I'm more hyperactive than I am when I do take my Adderall. Like right now, this is like me calm. I'm just kind of putting on a little bit of, energetic. I'm being more energetic and extroverted. Why would I be introverted on a life? It doesn't make sense. You're making stupid fucking assumptions right now, buddy. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing it? Why are you doing that? Come on now. Anyway, welcome to my world. If this is like, oh my god, dude, your fucking words are smacking me in the face right now. You need to chill. Imagine how I feel. This is a glimpse into what my life is like all the time. It sucks. Genuinely. That's why I became addicted to drugs. I'm like, I gotta fix this shit. Before I even knew what the drugs felt like, I was addicted to them. Because I'm like, I gotta do something about this. This is fucked. All the time, it's fucked. Seriously, like when I was 4 years old, we went to Aruba on a vacation. And my parents took us to a fancy restaurant. It was like someone else sponsored this trip kind of thing. Because we didn't have Aruba money, like at all. That's crazy. I think it was my uncle's my uncle's a doctor. He's like an ear, nose, and throat doctor. And it was in Baltimore. And it's like, fucking, we're not close with him, but he has a timeshare in Aruba because he's a fucking doctor. And he took us with him one time, I guess. Like, that's the most fancy thing I've ever done, I think, going to a timeshare in Aruba. I was a little kid. They took us to a fucking fancy restaurant. First thing I do, I'm like 3, 4 years old. I was doing gymnastics, like, as an extracurricular activity at the time. And so I see the chandelier in this restaurant. And naturally, what I did was run past the host stand, jump on the table, and do pull-ups on the fucking chandelier. And that's like one of my earliest memories. Mortified. My uncle and my aunt are like bourgeois-ass motherfuckers. Not really, not literally bourgeois, because they are fucking a doctor. Maybe they are, because I think he owns his own practice, so I think he might be bourgeois. I'm gonna have to come for his head. That's down the line, okay? Doctors can chill for now, you know? I'm joking. We don't attack doctors. We kidnap them. Put them to good use, you know? Gotta be careful with that kind of language. It blurs the line a little bit between what I actually want politically and what I joke about wanting politically. Because I think it's funny to say out loud. Don't kill the doctors. Don't kidnap the doctors. Leave the doctors the fuck alone. Hit the nurses. They signed up for that shit. That's what I was saying. Yeah, attacking nurses. They signed up for it. And you can't really argue with that. It's like, yeah, I mean, you gotta quit your job as a nurse at the fucking mental hospital if you don't want to get beat up. That's a fair argument. That's a valid argument. People don't, you tell it to someone, they're like, I don't agree with your fucking ethics. I don't think you should be punching nurses. That's kind of a fucked up thing to do, in my opinion. But you're right. They could just go home. They did put themselves in harm's way by becoming a nurse. That's true. That is true. Cops. You say about police, and it's like, yeah, but they're the heroes. You can't let them get hurt. The fuck are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? The heroes are the ones who get hurt. They're the designated getting hurt guys. You know, the cops. We don't see them that way. They're not the fucking. We don't see cops as the designated front line of fucking violence in this country. We see them as like way back there, putting everybody else in front of them as a meat shield. Okay, that's their role in society. Not ideally, but in practice, that's what's going on. I don't have a chair, so I'm just kind of crouching on the floor right now, and I look like a fucking. That's why I'm like wiggling around all weird. Cause I'm like standing up, I'm like this on the floor, and it's like I don't have good balance. So, whoa. ADHD. It's a fucking nightmare for you and me. Anyway, combine it with PTSD, and it's like flashback. Hey, remember that flashback? Remember this one? My eyes. My brain, they're still there when I close my eyes. Fuck. PTSD sucks. Anyway, the punching nurses joke is about the police. It's about, like, I have to make that clear. That's why I'm saying that right now, because you see what's going on here? This is the praxis of the joke coming up with that I've done previously, and the cringy fucking mental breakdowns I had on the side of that. That's where I came up with the nurse punching joke, because I was trying to film a video about it, like a TikTok or something. Not a TikTok, but like a short form portrait video. And when I first got to this place, and like I did that for like hours out there, and it would be different every time when I'd say like the punching nurses. What was the joke? It was actually a good joke. I never actually recorded it. Let me think about that for a second. Give me some space. Hold on. You're crowding me a little bit. The zero messages in chat are making me uncomfortable. You gotta slow down. Hold on. Just wait. Loading. Oh yeah. If you're anything like me, even if you could afford your prescriptions, they have to order them from another country you've never even heard of, and it takes 2 weeks to get there because like no one needs that shit. That's the powerful shit. They put it in a fucking glass box. You gotta take the hammer, break the box, get that shit. It's fucking, you know. This is I'm telling the joke. Oh, something along these lines, right? I'm like, but yeah. Fucking this. Hold on. I gotta think about this for a second. Calm down, please. This is my thinking pose. This is what I do. I'm thinking about stuff. Gotta make the blood rush to my brain. Wait, check this out. Gymnast. Whoop! It's like a handstand or headstand, except I'm on my upper back instead of my head or my hands. You know? Point your toes for good form. And stick the landing. Damn it, give me a second. Because this is a funny joke. Anyway, America's a cool country because there's a magic phrase you can say that will get you an instant 72-hour vacation. All you gotta do is say it out loud in the vicinity of others, and boom, instantly, you're good. You're not going anywhere except the place you're going, which is the psych hospital. I'm not gonna say those words because I'm not trying to summon the fucking police right now, but I'm sure you can figure out what they are. You just gotta have a desire for injuring yourself or others and express that desire in clear language, and you get fucking instantly taken on vacation. Vacation's not super great. Like there's a good view sometimes. The psych hospital I went to in New York. Hold on, I gotta talk about that real quick. 'Cause this is fucked up. When the person I was living with, the Chelsea. I gotta say her name because then people will know. Oh, you're the Chelsea like Era talks about. What the fuck? I hate you now. You know, she deserves it because she knows I have PTSD from the police and from being institutionalized and being arrested and being fucking having police interactions where I don't know if I'm gonna be like going home after that. Or like able to make my own decisions after that. What does she do when I get upset about her fucking kicking me out without giving me a reason and after assuring me she wouldn't? You're not gonna believe this. She called the police on me at the place I was living. I was living there, and I was like, dude, like I was upset. I'm like, and I'm a very expressive person. Okay, I'm not violent at all. I'm just like, if I'm mad, I'm like this. Very expressive hand motions. What the fuck is going on, dude? Why are you doing this to me right now? What the hell? And she said, like that scared her to the point where she didn't have to leave the room or anything or like hide or go away because she wasn't actually scared. She's like, God, this is annoying. I don't want to deal with this. Stress. Calls 911 on me. Says I'm gonna fucking kill her or something. I never said that. I never said I was gonna do that. That didn't even cross my mind. I'd rather have someone live in fear of me for the rest of their life than be killed because of my actions. That's what like I might have told her in the past that living on the streets is not a life worth living, and if I don't want to ever have to do that again because I don't know if I could. Like, but I didn't say in the moment, in the heat of the moment, I didn't say like after she told me she was kicking me out that that's how I felt. But she knew that, I guess. But that's not why she called the cops. She called the cops to get rid of me. And so they only kept me for like 12 hours when it's normally 72 minimum. And the cop knew what was going on too. I had a show in like a few days after that. And I told the doctor that. I'm like, dude, I'm playing my first show soon. I gotta fucking get out of here. You're cramping my style right now, bro. He understood. He's like, you're gonna spend the night here. I went and took a nap, woke up, got released. That is the ideal way to spend your time in a psych hospital, sleeping. Like, it's just 4 white walls, basically. And depending on how fancy the place that you're going, hold on. There's a range of the quality of psych hospitals. My first time getting sent to the psych ward, they took me from the east coast of Florida all the way to Tampa on the west coast. Fuck if I know, dude. I have no idea why. The police took me there. No, they took me to the local hospital, and I think they didn't have room because it was like that time of year, it's Florida. All the psych hospitals are full. You can't get a spot if you want one. They gotta take me 3 counties over, fucking put me in this place that had a chandelier in the lobby. Unironically, it was like a 5-star psych hospital. They had like fucking all you can eat, not a buffet, like a cafeteria where you go down the line, you get fucking steak, you get this, you get that. I'm like, what the fuck? I've been lied to. I could live here, dude. This is nice. This is a nice place to be. This is a fucking resort. Might as well be. You could smoke there. You could bring your own cigarettes. I'm like, well, I didn't know I was gonna fucking be here. I was taken here against my will. Okay. If I had known I was coming here, I would have planned ahead a little bit and brought me some cigarettes. But I guess other people are like, put a cigarette pack in their pocket, cock their gun, and they're like, all right, we're going to the psych hospital. Well, someone's going to the hospital. It's Florida. But this place was cool, and they had like fucking padded chairs and shit. And then I was like, all right, maybe I can get used to this. Maybe I'll threaten suicide a little bit more often then. Hell yeah. And so I did shortly after that. Not shortly after, maybe like a month or two. And like, I mean, I wasn't threatening. I was a little bit unstable. Okay, we don't do that anymore. We're good now. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking do it, whatever. And then the cops take me to the psych hospital in my county. And now this place is called Circles of Care. They call it Circles of Hell because for obvious reasons. I think you can infer why it's called Circles of Hell. It's like that. Hold on, I gotta. Sorry, they do wellness checks here. I was just talking about wellness checks and how they led me to ending up in the fucking psych hospital, right? Yeah. It took me circles of hell. I mean, circles of care. In Cocoa, Florida. And this place, hold on 1 second. I don't want to capture anyone else's. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm not fucking invading anyone's privacy by doing this right now, you know? It's already like a little bit of a faux pas to be talking into a phone to other people in a place like this because people don't want to be known, they don't want it known that they're here. So I'm very careful about, you know, violating that. Anyway, circles of hell. It was more like purgatory, to be honest. It wasn't really much of a hell type of place. It was more of a purgatory experience because you got your cot, looks a little bit like one back right here. It's a little bit like the room I'm in right now, which is to say, it's this, and that's all it is. And you're there for 3 days, and so it's like solitary confinement essentially. It's not, you don't get the pads on the wall, you don't get the fucking straitjacket, because then you got a little bit of a mission. You can get yourself out of the straitjacket, you can try to bang your head on the wall to no avail, you know? That's something you can do. This place, you can't even do that. They don't even put you in the straitjacket. It's fucked. It's just like, damn, I got nothing to do, and I'm gonna be here for 3 days, and you know that. And they tell you after like the second day when you're going home, and it's never the third day. You never go home after 72 hours, because they don't release on weekends, and they don't release people on the fucking after hours. It's fucked. So you end up staying here for 5 days usually, 5 or 6 days. It's always like, damn, we just missed the time that we're to release you, so you gotta stay here for extra time now. It's fucked up. It's not fucked up, it's for your own good, supposedly. But basically, the place in Tampa, they had a psychiatrist who genuinely seemed to care, a social worker who cared but had nothing they could do because there's no social services in Florida. Like, that's every experience you have with a social worker in Florida. It's, hey, are you homeless? Damn, that sucks, bro, that sucks. I'm sorry. And you're like, okay, so you got a house for me, or what's going on with that? And you're like, no, I feel bad, dude, I'm sorry. Your shit's fucked up. Your shit's pretty fucked up. Like, good luck. And they leave. You're like, okay. Well, yeah, at least he told me about food stamps. You know, I didn't know about that before. Unironically, that's the Florida social worker experience. Here, I got a social worker, and it's like, I'm gonna call every pharmacy in this fucking city until I find a place that has Adderall for you. I'm gonna fucking find a shelter for you where you can not like bring your laptop and shit, and like have a little bit more dignity and stuff. And like, she cares so much, and she does so much for me, and it's like her ability to do things is, you know, assisted by the fact that there are things that she can do. You know, it's crazy, but yeah, the psych hospital in Tampa had doctors who cared. No one in Cocoa had doctors who probably cared initially when they got the job, and then over time, you know, it's a destitute situation. You've seen people in there, the same people usually. There's recidivism with the psych hospitals for obvious reasons. You know, you're not getting help, so where else are you gonna go? Back to the psych hospital, fucking as soon as you get out. And yeah, like, you feel very deep, like first thing they do is strip all your clothes off and hose you down. I'm not lying. I mean, this is if you're a kid. If you're a kid, they hose you down. They strip you naked and hose you down. That sounds like some fucking torture shit, doesn't it? Like, welcome to Guantanamo Bay. Strip naked, I'm gonna hose you down with cold water right now. No, this is a Florida mental hospital for children. This is a children's mental hospital in Florida. And yeah, there's nothing else after that. You just go into the room where you will be for fucking. Sometimes they have a TV with a fucking 6-foot thick glass pane in front of it that somehow is cracked anyway. Sometimes there's a fucking TV with a remote stuck through the middle of it. that kind of shit tells a story. Those are objects that have a story behind them, you know. Fucking TV is never playing anything except for like the one channel that nobody watches. You know, there's always old people watching every channel because they don't know what the fuck's going on at all, and they're just like zoned out staring at the TV because it's got pictures moving on it, you know. But there's got to be like one channel that nobody's watching ever at all times. That's when they play it when you're in the psych hospital. Because I don't know, dude. Even if anyone with a brain, regardless of whether or not their brain works, they put on that channel, it's like a visceral reaction of entire being opposing what's going on in front of you, like repulsion. That shit sucks to watch. It's like soap operas, but not even like corny, campy fucking soap operas. Like soap operas where it's like, I don't even know how to describe it. Just bad, the worst. Doesn't get any worse than this. Okay. I hope this isn't triggering. If this is triggering for you, you're watching the wrong fucking live stream. This is the PTSD trigger stream. This is the trigger stream, dude. We're talking about all that shit. No filter. I'm straight up. Like, people can think I'm crazy, and they would be right to think that, you know. Why am I gonna hide that? Why am I gonna pretend like I'm sane and have my shit about, you know? I don't. I barely have a grip on what the fuck's going on ever. Anyway, the psych hospitals I went to did not help that at all. The one I went to in New York had a view. It was beautiful. They had the square in the middle with all the staff in it, and like they were in the middle. That's how you know not a lot of bad shit goes on there, because the staff are in the middle with no means of escape. So that means they don't have to escape. In Florida, it's like there's nowhere in that hospital that doesn't have two doors that they can just fucking run and get out. You know, if something's going on. Like, the only places that don't have two doors are the fucking places where you sleep if you're a patient. And that's because they're putting you in there, they don't want you to escape. But that's like all you can do. You plan your escape. And you quickly realize, oh, wait, there's no way to escape. You'd have to be some fucking, like, mastermind of manipulation and convince the nurses to be on your side and let you go. That's the only way to escape fucking mental hospital in Florida. But the one in Tampa, they had a little courtyard and just a little fence, like a 10-foot fence. You could easily climb. No, there's no barbed wire on it even. Because the people there don't want to escape because it's nice. It's like, fuck, dude, I can get used to this. That's the bourgeois fucking mental hospital. They got different, so it's a private hospital. I have insurance because my parents have government jobs, and government jobs provide you with good benefits. Like, I'm very fortunate for that. But sometimes that doesn't matter. It'll take you where the closest place is. In this instance, I got taken to a private fucking place because all the public ones were full. Like, if you get institutionalized against your will, you get taken to a public hospital, unless there's none available, right? Like the city hospital or whatever. I think I've said enough about this. I think I've gotten the point across. These places are bad. They're not places you want to be. And that's a problem. That's a problem for everybody. That's why my alias is public liability. Because if I don't get my mental health fucking fixed, dude, that becomes everyone's problem. That's not just my problem anymore. Then it's this problem of the society I live in, you know? And that goes for everybody, not just me, you know? Depending on however mentally ill you are, your mental illness is not your problem, it's everybody's problem. I don't want to hear about that shit. I don't want to hear about your problems. Fuck off, dude. Let's get you some help, okay? But, like, in a good way. I want free fucking mental health care for everybody. That'd be amazing. And that would lead to outcomes such as not having to spend so much money locking people in jail, not having to spend so much money locking people in psych wards, not having to spend so much money repairing the glass windows that get shattered when people have mental health breakdowns, not having to fix the fucking TV screens that give you information about the trains. So much. It's shit like that, you know? It has a downstream effect. And you spend a little bit of money in that, and you're saving a lot more money. It's like the WIC, Women, Infants, and Children. You put $1 into that program, and you save $7 of government spending for every dollar you put in there. And there's no limit to it. You can just keep doing that. But they don't, because first of all, they hate us. They hate you. They hate me. They hate anyone who's not part of their class, which is the bourgeois, the ruling class, the owning class, people who own businesses. Fucking They just want you dead. They want me dead. They want all of us dead. And they don't give a fuck. And they could not be bothered to fix anything. Because if they fix things, and then it's like, hey, why haven't you been fixing things the whole time? Aren't there a lot more things you could be fixing? But instead, it's we can't do anything, because if we start doing things, that shows people that things can be done. And we don't want them to think things can be done, because then we have to do them. You see what I'm saying? So, there's a lot. That's why social safety nets and welfare and shit like that is the best fucking way to spend your society, spend your money as a society, as a government, because the downstream benefits of everyone being happier improve every aspect of life for everybody except for the ruling class, because they're the ones benefiting from the things not being done. Because then, with all that money that they're not spending on things, they can pocket and then use to leverage their way into getting more money. Like, not really, they're not just embezzling fucking tax money. It's not how that works. But what they can do is government contract. Their buddy owns a business. Hey, buddy, I don't own the government. I work for the government. I'm in charge of government contracts. I'm gonna give it to you. I love you, but only insofar as you split that money with me. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Or you invest in that business and then you fucking contract that. That's illegal. That's just fucking straight up conflict of interest stuff. But they don't really prosecute that unless it's like a media scandal. Unless it's a big scandal, no one gives a fuck about any of this shit. The president of the United States was doing that with his fucking businesses. And, like, no one bats an eye. Fucking Nancy Pelosi is notoriously the queen of fucking insider trading. Which is not technically insider trading, because that's a legal term. And insider trading is a crime. And you can only commit that crime if you are part of the business, not necessarily if you're a government person trading on stocks that you have about to pass a law about. It's legal. You could be like, all right, we're gonna fucking buy 1 million of these stocks, and next week we're gonna pass this law that makes that business 20 million times more profitable. Now we're rich. That happens all the time. It happens constantly. It's not illegal. I'm oversimplifying that a little bit. Let me be clear. Insider trading is a crime, but not if you work for the government. It is that simple. I'm not exaggerating. Like, the pandemic, people knew about the pandemic, or they knew about the pandemic before anyone because of the government, and they get that kind of information quickly. And so what do? Dumping them fucking stocks, bro. Buying Netflix stocks, buying fucking mask stocks. We don't know what the mask stocks are but they did, because that's how they're gonna make their bread. That's how they're gonna get that bag before fucking everyone else loses theirs. You know. That came out a little bit more incoherent than I hoped, but the point remains true. Gotta fix that. Whose job is to fix that kind of thing? The people who are the ones benefiting from that kind of thing. So why would they fix that? Why would they? You could fucking do anything to them, and you're not gonna convince them unless you put a gun to their head and say, do it. Not that you should, but that's what it would take for them to fucking do something like that. That's why radical action and radical change are necessary for those types of changes, because there's nothing you can do to convince that person. They're not good people. To get that far in politics, you have to be a bad person, like, from the get-go. You gotta be a fucking nasty son of a bitch, you know? You have to fucking make some decisions that are gonna hurt some people and only benefit you if you wanna get anywhere in politics. That's like the hazing ritual. All right, you gotta kill 3 puppies and fucking run over a school of fucking frogs that are really cute, and then you can consider you being a politician. And the reason for that is because there's a bunch of reasons, but let me just tell a story. This is not a real story. This didn't actually happen. I want to be a politician. I'm gonna go fucking make change. I'm gonna fucking SpongeBob my way into this better version of the world we live in, you know, with Leslie Knope attitudes, okay? Fucking say nope to bad things, say yes to good things, is what they say. And they're inspired by Parks and Rec, the show, which is on the top of my mind right now, because Vosh mentioned it on his stream, and I watch all of Vosh streams, because he gives good takes to me, which I can then regurgitate in my own way, and spread the word. I lost my train of thought. Fucking politician. I'm gonna be a politician. I'm gonna change the world for good, dude. First day one on the job, you realize, oh wait, none of my colleagues give a fuck. None of them we're not on the same page here. And you tell them, hey, fuck you for that. fuck you for not being the ones to change things and make the world a better place. That seems like the thing you should be doing and should want to do, and you don't even seem to want to do it. So fuck you for that. And they're like, ha, bam, private investigators, bam, fucking any dirt they can gather on you at all, they're gonna then use to leverage a scandal or you know, you've seen fucking TV, you know how the shit works. They're gonna ruin you whatever way they can. It doesn't matter how true the things that they say are, it just matters that people know them and think them, because people aren't gonna verify that. And there's not a lot of ways to verify things like that, like this person's a piece of shit. Oh, I heard that guy's a fucking bad, I heard the guy's bad. Smugly fucking folds arms and nods. I heard he's bad. What are you gonna do? Google it? Is they bad? Damn. That didn't tell me anything. Put phone down. No closer to the truth. It's a narrative-driven thing, and the people who have the fucking microphone, aka the media, and the incumbent fucking politicians, they're the ones who get to spread those narratives. They get to choose the narratives that they're gonna spread and what the narratives are to a certain degree. Like, that's why you get into power. Even if you want to make change, you are prevented from doing so by all the people who will stop at nothing to prevent you from making change. That's their job. That's their whole thing. That's what lobbyists are for. You know, not because the fucking working class doesn't get lobbyists. There's no, hey, we're the lobbyists. We've been appointed by the state to lobby for you, the working class. No, they have to pay these people a lot of money, and they have to spend all their whole lifetime networking with powerful people so that they can be effective lobbyists. The lobbyist isn't like, the politician doesn't go, I'm gonna sit down with the lobbyist and fucking hear him out. I'm just gonna hear him out. The lobbyist is like, they're able to leverage that conversation. They're able to use their leverage to make that conversation happen, because that's what makes them a good lobbyist, having that leverage in the first place. You know, or it's just a friend of theirs, and they're like, you know, it's a friend group, and like one of your friends, he just has a buddy who owns this company, and then he's like, you know, it would really help me out and my friend if you fucking did pass this law or didn't regulate this business. I would really appreciate that. Like, yeah, I'm a good friend. I'm a good guy. You know, not if you look below the surface. Not at all. In fact, I'm quite evil if you look below the surface. But on the surface, I'm a family man. I'm a good guy. So I'm gonna help my friend. I'm gonna help my buddy out. That's what I do. I help my buddy out. You see, and so it's not, I'm gonna pass this law in favor of this business and help this business out so we can make money, or him and the stockholders can make money. I'm gonna help my homie fucking with a thing he asked me to help him with. Oversimplifying again, but this is how it works. I have an understanding of it, and I'm trying to put it in terms that make sense to anybody. You know, it's not my job to fucking prove it. It's your job to fucking make sure what I'm saying is true. That's your job as a fucking conscious media consumer. Like, make sure that media is correct or incorrect. But what I'm saying doesn't have any bearing on any like laws. I'm not saying vote for this law, don't vote for that law. I'm trying to provide an understanding. You know, I'm trying to make these systems, and fucking the systems are. Hold on, the garbage truck is garbage trucking. Anyway, yeah, I like to give like understanding of things, not necessarily knowledge of things, because that's where I struggle. Dates, times, people, events, fucking factual, like, you know, bullet points, facts, that shit does not stay in my brain for more than 2 seconds. But if I can muster up a fucking understanding of the concepts involved, then I'll have an easier time working with whatever it is I'm having to understand, right? So that's my relationship with music. I don't know any music theory. Like, I know what minor chords are, I know what seventh chords are, I know what major chords are. That is the extent of music theory I know. Unironically. That's everything else is from me sitting there at the piano and going, when I push this note and this note, it sounds similar to when I press this note and this note. Maybe it's the distance these notes are from each other that makes it have that property. And that's correct. And that's like, I had to figure that out. And that's not how I figured out politics. I just go, maybe the politics. I didn't like just sit there in an empty room and ponder that shit so hard I figured it out. That's not how that works. I'll get into that in a second though, because that's actually an interesting philosophical concept. I like to watch a lot of videos, like all the time, and then sometimes in the videos are playing in the background, I hear a fact that clicks with me and go, oh shit, I didn't know that. That makes sense. That makes this thing make more sense. I understand how this works now. Because on the surface, the world is a fucking nonsensical place. We live in a clown world that is nonsense at every turn. Nothing works the way it's supposed to, and everything works the way it's not supposed to. Like, and then it's got a red nose, and when I asked you to donate money at Walgreens, fucking, what are you talking about, dude? I don't know. The world is a nonsensical place. So, why is that? Why don't things happen the way they should, ideally? Like, it doesn't take a fucking mega smart brain to fucking say, you know, I don't think we should be defunding orphanages in the face of a fucking surge of orphan numbers. You know, that's a pretty reasonable take, I think. But yeah, here we are with orphanages being defunded. Metaphorical orphanages. Orphanage, is that a real thing? Foster care home? Children who don't have parents, they gotta go somewhere. They're not gonna have a place to go anymore because they're defunding them all. Why? I feel like in a social situation, if you said, hey, I'm the politician, nice to meet you, shakes hand, next week I'm gonna get rid of the places all the kids who don't have parents go. The guy in front of you is like, dude, you're a piece of shit, fuck you, I'm not gonna shake your hand anymore, now I'm gonna punch it. Punches his hand. It's like, ow, asshole. That's why you don't say that. Instead you say, I'm gonna free up some money for the budget so we can fund this project for this construction company to build that my buddy happens to own. Like, cutting social services is a popular fucking thing to do among Republicans because they need to pull those fucking 3-year-old fucking orphans need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, okay? They need to have some work ethic. They need to figure out what the fuck's going on and make better choices, right? That's the narrative that the Republicans love to push because it allows them to then do things like that and not be seen as fucking overt monsters, right? I'll tell you they're overt monsters. I'll tell you they're fucking demons in human skin because they are, objectively. You can unzip the skin and fucking Satan spawn and particles of Satan will start spilling out and you're like, oh fuck, zip that back up real quick before it gets on your hands and shit. Then you gotta it doesn't come out of clothing, it stains, it's fucking gross. It's like tomato sauce basically. In fact, it is tomato sauce. It's Italian. Satan's Italian. Did you know that? Now you know. Anyway, nothing against Italians, nothing against Satan. I have a problem with Republican politicians because they made the decision at some point to just, all right, fuck it, dude. You know what? Fuck this shit. Fuck everything except, you know, coming out on top, basically, or being rich and ensuring that I die rich, like, at all costs. And isn't that the American mindset? Isn't that the way that everyone thinks? Like, it's me against the world, it's a dog-eat-dog world. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do, fucking, and that's just how it is. Like, yes, but not to this extent. Like, you'd still be like, if there's a game at the fair, shoot 10 children in the head with this Glock, and you win money, and like, they're 3 feet away from where you stand with the gun, and the gun is, you know, a gun, and your arm is as long as your arm is, and you can literally just put the gun against the kid's head and shoot him at point blank. You'd be like, damn, I think anyone who does that is kind of fucked up. I think anyone who shoots the kids for money, like point blank, 10 of them, in one fucking short period of time, I think that person's pretty fucked. You know? You know what I'm trying? Okay, bear with me. The Republican says, no, in fact, it is my duty to do so. And they go and they pull out their own guns that they brought from home and start fucking like do a backflip, shoot the kid with the bike behind their back, like, they're taking joy in it because they've just decided, okay, someone's got to be evil, someone's got to be fucking super fucking evil. Why not us? They're not gonna just come out and say that though. They're gonna lie. They're gonna lie all the time. They're gonna make a news channel called Fox News that's 24/7, just lies. And even if like 99% of those lies don't land or make any, the 1% that do land, it's called fire hosing. That's a real thing. It's when you it's a propaganda technique. You say so many lies, so much bullshit that you can't debunk it as fast as they're putting it out there. And so these narratives, like pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Oh, kids don't want to work anymore. Oh, they're spending all their money on avocado toast instead of fucking paying off their student loans. These narratives exist as a result of these Republican fucking people, not necessarily Congress people or like government people, but the right wing, the fucking capitalist right wing. That is their job, to make these narratives like, oh, the U.S. shouldn't be sending fucking billions of dollars to Ukraine. We're not even helping the homeless veterans. That's a right wing fucking belief, because we're not sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. We're sending weapons that have already been produced and manufactured and were already budgeted out of the fucking 60% of our fucking government's budget, and send that over. Like, the military is already funded. We didn't take that money out of fucking social services or like the trains and put it into Ukraine. That's what they want you to believe, because that benefits them, because they're aligned with the fucking Russian government owned by oligarchs, which they aspire to be, or are, depending. Like, the right wing is a global phenomenon. The fascist right wing is a global phenomenon. It doesn't stop at the borders of this country, because billionaires don't even hide their money in this country. They hide their money anywhere, and they realize quickly they can fly all over the world all the time. They basically own the world. They rule the world already. They don't have to have dominance over the whole world to control the world. They don't have to have dominance over they don't have to have the same flag flying over the entire world to basically be gods on earth. You know, they rule the world already. And so what happens when they fucking regulate in this country? They just move their business to a different country. It doesn't matter to them. They don't have any fucking loyalty to the country that they're from or that they conduct business in. And so that's why would Putin be aligned with billionaires in this country? Because Putin's fucking filthy rich himself. He's one of the richest people in the world, but we don't know how much money he has because he's not public about it, and he's the dictator of Russia, essentially. Fucking, he's not going to make laws that cause him to have to be transparent, you know? So, I think it was, what was that guy's name? He's dead now. No, it was like, started with an N, I'm pretty sure. Putin capped his ass. He's like, hey, I'm going to put the documentary out. I took drone shots of Putin's palace. I think so, that's what it was called, the documentary. And like, you've all seen the drone shots of Putin's fucking castle on the side of the water. Or, I haven't. I've heard about it. Navalny? I think it was Navalny. He's like, Putin's gonna cap my ass real quick. I'm just gonna put this out there. I'm gonna let you guys know that. And then he did. He did. He killed the dude. He fucking poisoned him on the plane. He called it. He called that shit. He was right. But anyway, Putin's rich. Putin's interests are the same interests as someone who's rich in this country, because there is no fucking countries to these people. It's just the rich versus the rest of us. Like, that's why it's the 99% versus the 1%. That's why, and for them to protect their interests and to maintain control over the vast swaths of industry that they control, they have to do some pretty fucking evil shit. But they don't want to do evil shit, so what they do is hire fucking Republicans to do it. And they can do it. And not give a fuck, not bat, not. And you get what I'm saying? That's what the fucking Republican Party exists for. Not for the fucking working class, like, not for the Christians, not for anyone except the owning class and the ruling class, the global ruling class, the far right, the fucking fascists. They're aligned with the ruling class as well, because fascism is when you start to combine the state and the private industry. And that's one aspect of fascism, right? And why would you do that? Because that, like, if you're Hitler in Nazi Germany and you take control of the government, you can straight up just give the government money to the companies. The companies can collaborate with the state directly, and it can become one. Your interests can become one, and there can be no barriers and laws stopping you from doing all the shit you want to do. So, deregulate fucking businesses. That's a big Republican policy. Small government. Why? You ask, why small government? And in what way do you mean? What do you mean by small government? They mean, don't stop me from hoarding wealth. Don't stop me from fucking exploiting my workers. Don't stop me from doing any of the evil shit that I want to do that makes me a profit. But then it's like, the Republican will turn around and say, we need to go harder on these drug addicts and lock them up more. Like, we need to criminalize these drugs, higher harsher penalties for stealing, or not, we need bigger prisons. Like, okay, so you don't actually believe small government. You just believe in less regulation and less things stopping you from doing what you want to do. When it comes down to it, you want big government when it comes to enforcing your will upon others. And but that's the narrative. Oh, Republicans, the party of small government, and the Democrats want more government and more involvement in all the bullshit, more red tape and all that. And say no, the Republicans just want to do away with all the protections for the environment, everything that's stopping them from straight up just raping the whole world and everyone in it, and for profit, you know, because they realized early on, I get one life, you know, if I have kids, I want to pass on this, like all this shit to them, but it's not really that. It's just I got one life. I want to live like a king until I die, and then they do, straight up, like that's not making a whole lot of sense, and there's not really an overarching thing I'm saying here, except for Republicans are bad and they're lying, and Democrats are bad too, but you can't just have one party, because then people are gonna be like, oh well, you know, we need a different party. So okay, we got you. Now we got another one too. They just don't do anything. The Republicans do all the bad shit, the fucking evil shit, and then the Democrats do nothing. Win-win, right? That's why they call it the corporate duopoly, because it's not a monopoly. It's a duopoly. It's two, but it's still one class's interests being represented in our government, and the narratives that they say. Even like a Democrat, this is not so much the case like with the newer generation of Democrats, like AOC. I think she, while not the best, is her heart's in the right place. Whereas like Nancy Pelosi's isn't. Like it's a job to her, and she represents the interests of the fucking businesses because she has stock in those businesses and all that shit. Whereas AOC seems like someone who actually cares about the places she's from and like people that she represents and stuff like that. But even she gets into government. She is the non-stop the subject of talk on Fox News. Fox News is the propaganda wing of the Republican Party. Straight up, it's not a news organization. Rupert Murdoch started Fox News specifically to be a propaganda company, like for the interests of the right wing. Like that's ever since it was conceived of. Conceived of? Do you conceive of fucking inception? Ever since Fox News became a thing, it was that. It was to create narratives, to spin fucking information in a way that helps the right wing. And now you turn on Fox News, they're like, AOC's these communists are fucking infiltrating our government, and we gotta. AOC hasn't left her house in months, bro. She's in there with fucking a Snuggie and a bowl of soup, and the soup is Cheerios, because cereal is a soup. And she's like, fuck that shit, I'm not going outside ever again. Like, metaphorically, of course. Because they don't stop talking about her. And the reason they don't stop talking about her is because she is one of the people who does care. And they know that. And, like, that's a dangerous thing. It's a very dangerous thing. And Ilhan Omar, like, the Justice Democrats, who were funded by the Young Turks, who I believe used to care, but, like, you get ground up. Your fucking ambitions get ground up in these systems. And if they don't get ground up by, like, failure, they get ground up by the forceful will of others who want to ground that fucking desire to do good in the dust. Like, they don't want you to do good, because you doing good prevents them from doing what they want to do, which is live like kings and rulers of the world who can send themselves into space on Jeff Bezos rockets for funsies. It's all connected. It's all connected. Like, not in a conspiracy type of way, but in a real conspiracy. Like, this is not a conspiracy theory, it's just a conspiracy. They're conspiring to enrich themselves. It's not that far-fetched. I'm not saying they're trying to cover up aliens. They might be. I don't give a fuck. Until those aliens step in my fucking, line of sight and start talking shit, they can do what they want to do. They're chill. Control the minds of the people in Kansas who got fucking schizophrenia. In fact, the government needs to start spying on schizophrenics way more. Like, you guys need to step that shit up. Okay? That's an Onion article. Is the government spying on schizophrenics enough? Or a video. I love it. It's so funny. Because, like, if I was schizophrenic, I'm not diagnosed. But if I were paranoid schizophrenic, and I saw a video like that, I'd be like, dude, is the Onion not satire? Is this real? Is this like the only real news outlet? But it's been told to us that it's satire. Like, it doesn't say on the website this is satire, as far as I know. But I think that's funny because gang stalking as a phenomenon, as a cultural phenomenon, exists for that reason. It's like, no, because people go online and their paranoid delusions that they share with others because they have a similar, thing going on, get validated. But because there's the sheer number of people in the world, and like, the internet makes it feel like this is a huge group of people, a huge population of people who are experiencing the same thing, and it's fucked up. It's fucked up because there's no way to prove that. There's no way to prove whether or not you're being gang stalked. You have to like infer that kind of thing. Like you have to look at your evidence. Not like you can just reason your way out of being schizophrenic. I thought I was being watched by the FBI when I got into this place. I have PTSD. I don't have delusions necessarily, but my perception of things can get warped by trauma a little bit sometimes. Like, I was sleeping directly under a camera for fucking months and months when I was living on the street in the van here. That traumatized me a little bit. Waking up, first thing out of my eyes, looking at a camera pointing directly in my face, that shit makes me so uncomfortable. Like that, and for obvious reasons, there's no privacy. And so I came here, I felt there were hidden cameras in the room because I couldn't fucking shake the feeling that I was on camera, which is a thing that fucking schizophrenics experience, like a feeling of being watched. I was able to reason myself out of it and be like, I feel like if the FBI was watching me, they would have gotten me by now. And my sister said that too, and she thought I was schizophrenic. She's like, dude, are you going fucking crazy over here? Or what's going on? Schizophrenic can't, because that's a mental illness, But I think the gang stalking thing is funny because it's like, it's not funny, it's tragic, it's a very sad thing. Anyway, I got off track, like way too far off track. Conspiracy. Yeah, people love coming up with conspiracy theories, and the one killer question for all those bullshit conspiracy theories is, but why would they do that? What's their motivation? And like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's just some missing piece of the puzzle. I gotta figure out what it is. And that's how you know, like, conspiracy is bullshit. But this is easy. It's money is power. Fucking people want to keep the power they have. No shit. That's common sense. Not that common sense is a valid argument for things. Just that is apparently true at first glance. Yes, that makes intuitive sense to anybody, and logical sense to anybody. Like, people with power are gonna want to keep the power. Okay, so then that explains a lot of things. A lot of fucking. And that's why there's narratives surrounding socialism and communism. Those are like dirty words in this country. Even like I go to a room of 100 random people, I say that, already 75% of them aren't gonna trust anything I say after that. Why is that? Why would that be the case? Do they know what socialism is? Do they have an understanding of how evil socialism is? Do they even know? Can they define it if I ask them to provide a definition of socialism? No, it's like when the government controls everything. No, that's not even close. That's what the narrative that has been spun around these ideas is, because socialism is the idea of fucking worker-controlled means of production, decommodification of industry, which means two things. A, remove people's ability to profit from things they shouldn't profit from, like medicine or housing. And some people stand to make a lot of money from fucking medicine and housing. Pharmaceutical, called big pharma. Those people have a lot of money invested in medicine being a thing they can profit from. So the other half is worker-controlled means of production, which means instead of one person owning a business and not having anything to do with it except for collecting the money from it, the workers collectively at the business, people who work at that business, control it and benefit from it. And it's like, no, socialism is when the government owns the businesses and everyone shares everything. No, that's fucking ridiculous. That's a narrative that's been spun about these ideas. You can read these ideas. Have you ever read Karl Marx? I haven't, but I know what he wrote down because I know I've read summaries and references to his work. Most people have not. Okay, most people think Karl Marx like, oh, that evil guy who was like Stalin's buddy. What are you talking about? I made that up. No one's ever said that to me. I never heard anyone say that. But the point remains true. Socialism and communism do not mean what everyone thinks they mean. And the reason for that is because those ideas are the ones that would remove the power from the people who have it. And that cannot happen. That's not good for them. It's good for everybody, not them. So what do? Make sure that these ideas are sullied. Nobody believes them. Nobody trusts anyone who has anything to do with them. The Red Scare. I mean, also, the USSR, which was not a communist country or a socialist country. They just used the aesthetics of socialism and espoused socialism to gain power because socialism was a popular ideology. That like we wanted to oppose them and everything they stood for and be the most capitalist fucking because they were the most communist. But they weren't the most communist. They were the like exact same thing except different people were benefiting from it. Like instead of the right. Yes. 1 second. 1 second. Do not. I gotta keep that train of thought. What was I saying? USSR. You're in a speech right now. Practicing a speech. It's okay. I'm not. There's nothing more to it.
Alright, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Yeah, I mute the thing. When I open the door. That's why I said wait, because I didn't want you to get caught on there. Oh wait, did I? I didn't. Oh shit. No way. Have I been muted this whole time? I'm gonna finish this thought real quick in case it wasn't muted, and then I'll be very upset because I made a lot of very good points in the past bit. I'll explain why there's no one here, but I feel like someone would have told me when they popped in, like, hey, I can't hear you. USSR. I gotta know. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Alright, look at my own stream real quick. I'm gonna be so frustrated if fucking I didn't get any of that because I was really good. I was doing my best. That's fucked. We're not saying $1 million. Okay, we're good. That's me. That's my voice. It has been captured. We need to go get it back. Anyway, USSR was not a communist country. They used the aesthetics of communism the same way China does. So, socialism is a revolutionary ideology, right? Like, it's something that people rally behind to make radical change in a variety of different ways. And that's because it is the ideology that is benefits the many instead of the few. And so people are able to, if they understand these ideas, like, you know, subscribe to them and use that subscription to make change and organize and revolutionize the world or the country they live in. You know, socialist revolutions happen. So what happened with the USSR, basically, it comes down to the fucking leaders of the revolution did not trust the sweaty workers, the gross, dirty, stinky pores, to make decisions for themselves. They had to have the smart, educated people making the decisions. And inherently, when you give the decision-making power over to the people who are not affected by the decisions, what happens? They act in self-interest, like anyone does for any reason. People only act in self-interest. You can pretend that you don't as much as you want, but at the end of the day, everything that everybody does is in their own self-interest at some level, right? Like you can do things that aren't good for you, like donate money to give a homeless person $5. You still did it at some level because it made you feel good to do it. It made you feel like a good person, and you know that knowing that you help them makes you feel good, even if it's not like a selfish like perspective. And I feel like I'm the only person who's willing to admit that. Like it's just a truth of the world. Human beings and every animal is programmed for survival, like only survival of themselves and the species, but not more so themselves, right? And sometimes having a kid used to be like growing a laborer for your farm, because one day you can't run your farm anymore. You're too old and broken. So you need someone to run the farm so you can keep fucking living on it. You know what I mean? So you have kids, and the kids run the farm, and they do all your work, and there you go. Having kids is a self-interested thing. You're not having kids for that. I mean, you are, but at the end of the day, what all boils down to self-interest. And so you give the power to make decisions about things to people who are not affected by the decisions. They're gonna act in their self-interest. You can try to trust them to be benevolent and you know, make good decisions and really fucking stick to their guns and not switch sides once, you know, they realize that they don't see the consequences of these decisions at all in their day-to-day. Their day-to-day is not going to change if they do. In fact, it will get better if they do the good, the bad. Their immediate surroundings in life will get better if they do the bad thing, and get worse, or not change if they do the good thing. If they help the many, they're not going to see the results of helping the many. They're not going to understand what effect that has in a material sense. But if they do the bad thing, it hurts everybody, but makes their life good, their life will get better. So, over time, those decisions start to get made. People start making a decision to fucking cut social spending and lower taxes on the 1%, things like that. Even if they initially set out to do good, which I believe the USSR, the Soviet Union, and it was a good idea at first. They had Tsarist Russia, like a feudal society. The lords of the fucking local area were rich, and everyone else was fucking living in destitute poverty, right? And so the revolution in Soviet Russia, it wasn't Soviet Russia yet, it was the Russian Empire, was to overthrow that power structure. But along the way, basically Stalin fucked up the whole thing, as authoritarians tend to. Some people are power hungry. They want, like the fucking owning class, and they're billionaires. They're power hungry, but power means something different to them because they understand the money that they can have, and like the freedom they can attain through that fucking money is worth way more than running the government or being the leader of a country. That is a different type of power that is more meaningful, and so that's their pursuit of power. But Stalin wanted to run the country, be a fucking historical fucking dude. Like, I'm not Stalin, okay? I can't speak for what he thought or believed, but I can talk about his actions. And consolidating power was what he did, and acting out of paranoia, and like he wasn't super smart. Like, he was just a strong fucking leader. He wasn't a strong leader. He's a strong appearing leader, right? He was the guy. So what happens? They like, yeah, well, he seems like he knows what he's talking about. Let's hand the power over to him and let him make the decisions. He's really smart looking and fucking strong looking. And immediately, that shit goes. That never goes right. That's never ever, not once, has handing over the reins to someone who seems like they know what they're doing to make the decisions that affect you gone the way it's supposed to. That's why democracy exists, because we understand that. Like, someone has to be choosing who's making the decisions, because if they don't, the person's going to start making bad decisions or bad to them. You know what I'm trying to say? I think I've made my point clear. Like, that's why I'm an anarchist, because anarchism is being anti-hierarchy. Anarchism, and is the prefix that means against, or hierarchy, anarchy, anti-hierarchy. Easy, right? That's what that means. That's what anarchism means. Anarchism is not an ideology, but more so a fucking worldview and lens of like an approach to politics. It means let's reduce the amount of hierarchy, because when you have hierarchy, you have people above others. That's what hierarchy means, and that doesn't tend to go well. That seems so fucking like obvious to me, and I have a hard time understanding why people don't believe that. But I know it's because people are indoctrinated, essentially, and like are not exposed to these ideas, and are not given to them when they are exposed to them by someone they trust, or like. But the bad ideas are like these fucking narratives about like taxes and we can't spend money as the government because it'll lead to people being lazy. Like if no one had to work, why would they? So we gotta make them work, and that's the only reason capitalism works. Socialism doesn't work because no one's gonna want. All that shit feds them over the course of their whole life. I've been pretty fucking like isolated from that. I dropped out of school in fucking junior year. It was supposed to be senior year, but I was a junior because I didn't pass the previous year because I didn't go to school ever. Like I was out doing like, okay, Mom, I see what you're saying. I know I should go to school, but I don't think you know what's best for me. I think I should be out here doing fentanyl with my buddies instead. That seems like the best course of action, and I'm gonna trust that and not you or anyone who's telling me to go to school. So, see ya, peace. Not that simple. I was very depressed and looking for solutions to that depression. Used to be drugs. Now it's ideology, but not necessarily ideology. But it's like, oh shit, that could work. Like that seems like a valid solution to the world's problems. So what can I do about it? What I'm doing right now. That's why I'm like so happy to be talking about this. I've spent my entire life learning about these things and understanding systems and fucking the best that I can as someone who didn't go to school and get like a real fucking education. I don't like have sources that I just trust over everything else, and look for information in that way. I look for understanding, because understanding is worth more, I think. Like, you go to school, you learn the facts, the book, they'll tell you who came up with that idea, what was going on, why they came up with it, and that'll give you a more in-depth understanding. I like being a generalist. I like learning as much as I can about as many things as I can at a surface level, or as much as I need to know to understand and talk about. Like, if I don't know enough about something to understand it in a true sense, I won't talk about it. Like, let me give an example of something like that. Cars. I know how cars work. There's an engine. The engine combusts gasoline mixed with air, and I can't fucking build a car, fix a car, do anything that has to do with cars. I'm not gonna pretend to, because I don't know shit about that. Engineering. I know how, like, engineers. I know what they do. I know what they do, and not audio engineers. I am an audio engineer. I'm not like I don't design products because I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, and I'm aware of that, right? There's no Dunning-Kruger fucking going on here. Like, if I'm talking about something, it's because I do understand it. And sociology is not a hard science. It's not something that you can have, like, it's conjecture, like, the whole time. Because people can't be understood on an empirical level. They have to be understood you have to infer things about people and their motivations and things like that. You know, you have to have not an intuitive understanding, but like, you have to understand the intuition that goes into their decision making. And you know what I'm trying to say? Like, that is a psychology problem more than it is a fucking math problem, right? And so by understanding things in this way and like reading different ideas, I don't read, I listen to things because I can't read. I fucking don't have an attention span for it. But through that understanding, this does have an overarching point. I've done a little bit of ranting, but the reason I'm talking about that is because as a streamer and as a person, a media figure, as an artist, as someone who's trying to become a cultural icon, quote unquote, I want to be a thought leader. That's what I want to be at, because I want people to understand these ideas the way that I do, because it's so fucking obvious to me what the solutions are and why these are the solutions, or at least the direction we need to go and the things that need to happen and take place in order for things to get better. I want everyone to feel that way, because it is that simple sometimes. Like, it's obfuscating when they say, oh, it's more complicated than that, when it's not. Like, sometimes people are just evil, and by evil, I mean, like, self-interested, or sometimes they just want to hurt others because they're hurt. Elon Musk, one of those people, I believe. Like, I think he's a very fucking hurt person, and he, like, wants to hurt others, like, straight up. He seems like a vitriolic person. You go on his Twitter, you read what he says. Let's go on his Twitter right now and see. I'll point out exactly what I mean. I fucking do not like Elon Musk at all. He's raised on an emerald mine. He told a story one time in some interview about, like, marching the slaves around holding guns and shit, like, making the slaves do their thing. Fucking unironically, he was raised in a slave owning fucking emerald mine, and by people who own slaves. Like, to Americans, you'd be like, oh, you know your fucking ancestors owned slaves? Like, yeah, but that was so long ago, dude. And it was a long time ago. Elon Musk was not, I mean, that's not true. It wasn't that long ago. And, like, you still benefit from the fucking slaves they owned and, like, the labor slaves did, because 3 or 4 generations is not enough to fucking, you know, wipe that. Elon Musk, it was his dad. It was the person who raised him, and he was around the slaves. That was something he experienced, fucking hands-on. He had hands-on experience with being the worst fucking type of person that you can possibly be, okay? And so he then, you know, fails his way upwards, somehow gets lucky enough every time with his business decisions, or the business decisions that he fucking, was Elon Musk, or Elon Musk / Elon Musk is blocked. Okay, I'll have to unblock him real quick. Anyway, I think, first of all, he's not like a genius. He didn't come up with PayPal. He just happened to be one of the investors. He's happened to be one of the investors of Tesla. He got very lucky with investments that he didn't, but he thought to make those investments. He knew to make those investments. No, when you're rich, you know other rich people, and those rich people share ideas with each other. Like, hey, I think you should invest in this. This sounds promising, blah, 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 blah. He just happened to make the right decisions. He's not we can see that now. I've been saying this for the longest time. He bought Twitter, ran it into the ground immediately. And now it's obvious to everybody that he is, okay, maybe this guy's not a super fucking smart person. DEI must die, all caps, DIE. The point was to indiscriminate, what is that, DEI? Is it affirmative action? No, we already ended affirmative. Oh, diversity. He explains in a reply to his own tweet. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are propaganda words for racism, sexism, and other isms. This is just as morally wrong as racism and sexism. Changing the target classes to make it right. So he's saying, oh, how tolerant are you if you don't tolerate intolerance? That's the point he's making. I'm starting to rage a little bit. I don't know if you see my face twitching, but like, this guy makes my blood boil. This kind of shit makes my blood boil. I hate Elon Musk. The passion, burning fucking passion. Because not only is he a piece of shit, but he's the kind of piece of shit that spreads the piece of shit ideology, you know? So diversity, equity, and inclusion must die, all caps. The point was to end discrimination, not replace it with different discrimination. What the fuck? So he's just, like, we already know he's xenophobic and fucking racist and sexist, whatever, all the bad shit that he's, all the things that diversity, equity, and inclusion are you know, to stand for. He's the opposite of that. He's the bad. Diversity is good. Diversity actually is a strength. The military, which is, if anything is proof of that, it's the military, right? Because the military, its goal is to be the most effective, like, at what they're doing as possible, right? They will, like, research technologies, so I can give LSD to homeless people in the 60s, whatever it takes to make their fucking shit the best shit and the best at doing shit. You know what I mean? They don't have any other motivations other than to, that's why they get, like, the best technology and the fucking, you know, most advanced, all the, like, big technological innovations were then immediately used for fucking war and military research, because that's what Nikola Tesla said. He invented radio, and then it immediately said this will be used to create man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. Because he knew that. He knew, oh shit, military's gonna get this, robots, fucking, you know, remotely controlled. It's coming, dude. That's what he said. He didn't say that. I said that. Paraphrasing, okay? Stop. You know what I'm trying to say. Stop. There's no one here. There's no one saying that. I'm saying that to myself. I have to pretend there's people here, because why would you watch it if I'm just, like, waiting for people to show up? There's gotta be something going on. You know, then you can go back and look at it, right? This guy's broken. He's damaged, okay? Damaged goods. He's not only a very powerful person, but a very powerful person who became famous, like, a long time ago. And then when you're famous, people talk shit about you, and people, like, you can choose to fucking only look at that if you're insecure. And boy, is he insecure. If you're watching an interview with him, the insecurity beads on his face and pours off of it like fucking sweat. It's mixed into the sweat, actually. Fuck. And so, I think that's what this is. He realized, oh shit, when I started talking about right-wing ideas, well, actually, here's what happened. The journalist who released the story about him sexually harassing his employee, his secretary or whatever, and offering her the horse in exchange for a hand job, the day before that story came out, which was the day after that journalist contacted him and said, hey, this is what we're gonna put out, you want to comment on it? He said, oh, some shit's gonna come out, I don't know, probably because I'm now a Republican, you guys. So anything that comes out tomorrow has to do with that, and they're trying to smear me and not, you know. So, and the right wing is very enthusiastic and, like, will support people who change, become right wing. The left wing doesn't. The left wing's like, yeah, you guys, I used to be a Nazi, now I'm a fucking, you know, I've seen the light, I don't want to be a Nazi anymore, I don't even understand that being a Nazi was bad, and left wing's like, yeah, right, dude, well, once a Nazi, always a Nazi, fuck you, get the fuck out of here, you're not on the left, you're not on the left, you're not a leftist, you're not a real leftist. Right wing is actually politically effective and will be like, yeah, dude, totally, fucking good, right on, dude, yeah, hell yeah, spread those ideas, you got this. That's because, that's what, you know what I'm trying to say. So when he realized the right wing would become his, like, his yes man, his, like, fucking fan base, and he was craving fucking, you know, craving attention, like positive attention in that way. He got addicted to that, like, real quick. So he's like, oh, straight out now I'm a fucking, also I think he's stupid, I think he's a true believer, because he went on this interview one time talking about fucking the Nazi mass shooter being a psyop, and, like, he's like, calling into doubt the fact that he was actually a Nazi. Think for a second. What would cause someone to take that position? Make that? Yeah, they're not a real Nazi. I was just making that argument about leftists because leftists do that. Because like I'm a leftist, that guy's not a real leftist. Because I don't want to have to associate myself with someone who's a fucking former Nazi, right? That's not what I am. That's not what I stand for. I'm not radical in that way. He's a Nazi. Well, okay, mass shooter's not a Nazi, dude. I'm a Nazi. I would know, okay? That guy, trust me, it seems like a psyop. Real fucking, that's where he's coming from. And this is apparently clear. Like, flagrant. Blatantly, even. It's just, he's not gonna come out and say that, because why would anyone come out and say that? Nazis lie. That's kind of their thing, okay? They love lying. No, dude, I'm not a fascist, dude. Fuck that, you know? That's crazy. What? What? Dude, no way. Like, but then you look at under the surface, and it's just like, yes, I am. Yes, it's written on my chest. I'm lifting my shirt up to show you the words written on my chest. I say that. Oh, I'm a football fan. You know, like, that's. He's not smart. He can't really hide it too well. Let's see what else he's got on here. I'm gonna go through his tweets a little bit because while there's a point to this, I love shitting on Elon Musk. Oh, Diablo. He's talking about Diablo. Probably because he got paid to, but more likely he likes to pretend he's a gamer. He's not a gamer. He played Elden Ring one time and like posted a screenshot of his inventory and his like what he had equipped, and it's just like anyone who's played the game immediately knew like, dude, what the? Did you just pick random items? Like, what the fuck are you doing right now? You're really bad at the game, which he is really bad at games because he's played video games on live stream and he's not good at them. But he likes to pretend he is because he thinks that's cool. He likes to be the king of the nerds, king of Reddit, Elon Musk. Like, that's what he wants to be. And so that's why he's made this shift over to the right, because the right will support him. And the left never has because he's fucking rich and powerful, and we stand in opposition to power, right? Like, launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral. Keep my hometown's name out of your mouth, dude. Fuck you. That's actually kind of cool. I like SpaceX as an idea. SpaceX is the new NASA. SpaceX is the fucking MTA of NASA, of space industry, right? I believe the subway Subway's always been a private company, but the tube in London, it used to be a different company. It used to be owned by the state, and it used to be like the state service, and now it's a private company. Fucking privatization, right? SpaceX is the privatization of our country's space industry. Full stop. Like, they moved into Cape Canaveral and just paid the engineers all more than NASA was able to pay them because NASA didn't get funded because, well, we spend money on fucking space exploration. We need to spend money here at home, okay? And you're like, okay, let's spend that money here at home. Like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? We don't have that kind of, what, if you want to fucking pay for everyone's right to live, and they're not going to want to work, dude, in my businesses that I need them to work at for as little as possible. Anyway, privatized the space industry. They started paying all the engineers more, and they cut their pay and, like, you know, laid people off. They did not follow through on the promises to treat them better than NASA. Had they been at NASA still, they would have had a good retirement and like all that shit. Now, SpaceX is a demanding place to work. They fucking, it's like Tesla. You've heard the stories of fucking Tesla workers and like working overtime and, you know, not getting recognized. All this shit. Elon Musk is not a good boss. He went on an interview another time. I've seen a lot of Elon Musk interviews because I wanted to understand what he believed and why and all that shit, you know. Fucking, he said the two biggest fucking enemies of the people in this country, you'll never believe what he said. What do you think Elon Musk said? The two, I'll give you some time to think about it. What are the two worst things, enemies of the people in this country? Is it the media? Is it Democrats? No. It is labor unions and class action lawyers. That's what he said. So he's just like, very transparently, someone who likes to exploit workers and like push them to their fucking limits for his own benefit, and like does not want them standing up for themselves, and does not want to see the consequences of lawsuits resulting from him making his fucking factory workers sleep on the floor like they do in China. He said that, he's like, the fucking workers in China, they know what's going on. They're hardworking. Fucking American workers are lazy. They only work 80 hours a week, dude, and they sleep at home. What the fuck? you know? Unironically, they sleep on the floor in the factories in China because the labor protections aren't as good over there. And he's trying to make that happen here. He's trying to, sweatshops couldn't, he's like, look, so we don't, this is America, we don't have sweatshops. But we could. We could. Put your trust in me. Put your faith in me. Very transparently self-interested. Wants to be the rich. Wants to own Twitter so he can read Grimes' DMs, I assume. That's, I literally think that's like I think there's two reasons. A, he said he would as a joke, or like, you know, as a troll, fucking, cause he's like, trolling. And then he kind of had to buy Twitter after he made the offer or whatever the fuck happened that he did. It was already too late. And B, he committed to it so hard because he realized it's a lot of power. And also, here's another thing. Elon, like I said, the far right is a global phenomenon. Do you remember when Elon Musk went to, I think it was, I don't know if it was Dubai, but he met like the Saudis, and Jared Kushner was there, and they're at the World Cup. Yeah, it was Qatar. He went to the World Cup, and he was standing up there like a fucking evil, like, you know, like the bad guy in a movie, fucking the big bad guy, like lording over the fucking stadium, like, yes, very good, nice. And Jared Kushner's right next to him. The far right is a global phenomenon. Owning Twitter, a massive social media platform, allows them to disseminate their ideas more effectively. It's a tool for propaganda. So, Elon, hey, you're the richest person in the world, literally, like number one, dude. You're Smitty Worbenman Jensen. He was number one. No, Elon Musk was the number one. Not anymore though, because he had to buy Twitter. Who is the number one like person funding Twitter? I think it was fuck. I forgot who it was. I forgot. I'm not gonna say this. 'Cause I don't remember exactly what it was. But like the people buying ads on Twitter who picked up all the slack and like invested in Twitter after he bought it were the Saudis, or like one of those people, one of those fucking oil, you know, oil owning bad. That's the Saudis. They are the oil bad guys, right? Like let me just. There's a lot. They're oil barons of the Middle East, right? That's. I'm losing my train of thought here. I'm losing it a little bit. I had it for a second. I don't anymore. Far right is global. Elon Musk buys Twitter, meets up with these dudes, like in broad daylight at the fucking World Cup. I wonder why. I wonder what they could want from him after he just bought Twitter. Could it be the fucking far right movement, you know, having something to gain from that, and him only just going off the deep end more and more after he bought Twitter? And all these accounts, like, let's see, that tweet about diversity and wokeness, the number one reply is from an account called End Wokeness. Would you believe it? Fucking, for a lot of anti-white radicals, this was the entire goal of DEI programs. Ibram X. Kennedy, the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. That's a bad way to phrase something that is true. Like, you don't fix. Let me explain what he means to say, and then I'm gonna explain why it's wrong and why the underlying idea is somewhat true. Ibram X. Kennedy is not fucking a good person to listen to about these types of things. I don't think so. Like, so he's saying the same thing Elon said. He's basically railing against affirmative action, because that's what that quote means. Like, the only way to end past discrimination is present discrimination. That means, okay, yes, some people were disadvantaged. We have to recognize that and then make sure that we, you know, use our discretion to adjust for that, right? Like, simple. Affirmative action doesn't end anymore. So why would they still be talking about it? They're just racist, and they want other people to be racist, and they want to put Whitey back in charge, and so this is the path to do so, they believe, right? Sorry, I started fuming a little bit there. I started seething, coping and seething. Not coping, fucking doing something about it and seething. In that instance, I was thinking about it, but being done with the thinking that I was doing about it, I am now acting upon my desire to do something about it, talking about it, spreading my perspective about it. Fuck. Anyway, End Wokeness is the fucking account with the number one reply. And then he replies to that account and says that is deeply wrong. Not saying the guy's wrong, but saying DEI, diversity, inclusion, equity. Wrong. Fucking. It's shocking. I'm looking at. I'm shocked right now. Like, this is just so. People still say, I don't think he's a Nazi. I don't think he's a racist. I don't think he's actually a fascist. I think he's just kind of fucking stupid. Or no, he's not stupid because he's like the smartest man in the world, right? He's like fucking super genius, inventor of brain chips for the monkeys that he killed. Guy. Not gonna get into that right now. He killed a lot. He killed a lot of fucking primates. All right, he killed a lot of primates. Cause we went to Joe Rogan one time and smoked some weed, and Joe Rogan thinks he's like the smartest person on earth, and so a lot of people watching Joe Rogan who just regurgitate Joe Rogan's opinions. Joe Rogan is also a propagandist, by the way. Joe Rogan presents himself as the everyman. His name is Joe. He's the average Joe. So he presents the media and opinion, but in saying that and saying this is like the censor position, this is the median position, this is the normal position, you can get away with making things like transphobia and fucking racism and shit like that fucking seem like a normal thing when it's not, when it's a very far right fucking position. Anyway, Elon Musk is a fascist and he now owns Twitter. And suddenly all these accounts like End Wokeness and Racial Awareness, I think it was the name of the other account, fucking like, it's horrible. All these Nazi accounts straight up, they used to would have been banned. They would have been banned in the past. They would have been banned for posting Nazi memes. Now they get promoted. Elon Musk will reply to them and say, looking into that, interesting. Or like the target emoji, narrowing it, like boosting the account. And now one of the biggest accounts on Twitter is a Nazi account. What is it? Racial fucking awareness? I'm gonna look at that account and I'll show you what I mean. Because some of it is just night and day. Like, oh, you're straight up like trying to genocide brown people. That's crazy. They hide. Nazis love plausible deniability. They love that shit. They cannot get enough of the plausible deniability. Because they're not gonna come out and say, yeah, I want to genocide every fucking. They're not gonna say, oh, I want to genocide every brown person in the country. That's what I believe. They're gonna say everything but that, and then the person, the fucking, liberal is gonna come up and say, well, I don't know. I think we should hear him out. Everyone's got us. Everyone can participate in the marketplace of ideas. He's just arguing for things that he maybe is misled, but I don't think he's trying to do a genocide. I don't think he's trying to. I don't think he, That's how they get away with this shit. They're never gonna come out and say what they believe. They lie about what they believe, and they lie about the fucking facts they espouse that support the arguments they're making for the things they believe. But they'll never say what they believe directly. They're trolling, or maybe they're not. You don't know until they get called out for it. Then, until they're serious, they're dead serious. But if you call them out for it, then they were joking, because it's plausible deniability. It's not they're not denying anything, and because they want people to believe it. Like I'm just being ironic. I just ironically said the most racist thing I could possibly say. I didn't actually mean it. But think about it a little bit. Just think about it. Just think about it. But I was just joking, dude. What? No, it was a joke. Obviously, I don't believe that. That's how they do it. And then, like, it's irony poisoned. And, okay, hold on. I'm starting to get angry again. That's the strategy. That's the main strat, dude. Fucking throw it all out there, but if anyone calls you out for it, you were joking. But everyone who knows, all the insiders know you weren't, and they understand that that's the tactic. That's the strategy. That's how you get that shit out there. What was it? Racial fucking something. That was the account. I might have blocked them because I don't want to see that shit. But now that I'm like, doing commentary, I should probably unblock things like that. Be aware of it. Because it was for my mental health. My mental health is now the thing, it belongs to the people, okay? And they're gonna stomp on it. I know that. Like, that's just what's gonna happen as a political commentator. I'm subjecting myself to this shit so you don't have to, okay? You're welcome. That End Wokeness account, that's a good place to start for finding these kinds of accounts. Because this is like the ecosystem, the right-wing fucking social media ecosystem. And they all reply to each other. And at the top of that ecosystem is Elon Musk, and it all comes down from him. He's the one spreading it. Is this real? Beware the useful idiots. fucking healthcare, poverty, debt, drain control. I wish I could share my screen, but I can't right now. I gotta get them. I bought a microphone on Amazon, or not Amazon, on Reverb, and the person who sold it to me straight up just ordered the most bootleg ass microphone on Amazon and sent it to me and kept the difference. Fucking genius. But also, fuck you. That's why you don't buy things on Reverb until they pay me to say something else. Hit me up. Not really. No one can pay me to say anything. Unless I believe it. If you pay me to say something that I believe, I'll say it. But I'm not going to say something I don't believe. Like, I'm not going to say AG1 is the best fucking drink for your health. And it tastes great. Because I don't believe that. Even if they pay me a shit ton of money, I'm not going to take that sponsorship. I like this YouTube channel, Some More News, because they make that very clear that they don't believe what they're saying. But they still say it, and they still do the ad, and I don't want to do that. It's not... I just gave free advertising to that company. I should have made a company up. Like, I don't care about money. I don't care about my own personal success. I don't have any fucking family that's going to care if I fucking, you know, am poor, basically. Like, if I get fucking capped by an assassin who wants to shut me up, on behalf of someone who wants to shut me up, like, which is an entirely real possibility. Talking like this about powerful people and speaking truth like this is putting me in danger. Like, straight up. They can hire private investigators if they want to. Right now, I don't think they know about me yet. And once they find out about me, they're going to try to ruin my life because... Why wouldn't they? They're protecting their interests. What they do. The fucking Lay's potato chip company hired private investigators to ruin the life of a guy who was suing for workers' comp after he got electrocuted and paralyzed by a fucking automatic door. They ruined his life. They followed his children to school, took pictures of his kids, and sent them to him. What the fuck, dude? Like, for a lawsuit? Because it sets a precedent, and other people start suing. And that's what I'm kind of doing, right? Like, if I'm setting the precedent of talking about these things openly, being a socialist, I'm not going to say I'm a socialist that much, because people will just not listen to anything else I have to say. But this is a long-form fucking... I am a socialist. I'm not going to deny it. I'm an anarchist. I'm actually a libertarian socialist, right? That means I believe in freedom above all else, and socialism is the path to freedom, I believe, right? That's a good way to phrase that. Anarchist means that anarchism is the lens from which I believe we should take steps to achieve this libertarian socialism, right? So I'm not going to go out and be like, oh, I'm an anarchist, and here's why you should believe my anarchism. I'm not, because that means a million different things to a million different people. I'm going to say the ideas, and I'm going to give you words that you can Google, but I'm not going to like use them up front. And that's the dangerous part, right? Because the underlying ideas are what they don't want people knowing, and they don't want being disseminated. And so someone who is just like a socialist and an anarchist and doesn't present themselves immediately as like a fucking not waving the fucking Soviet flag around and like being edgy about it and all that shit, that's what's dangerous to them. And so they're gonna try to fucking shut me up. And I've realized, like, for a long time, like, everything I do needs to not put me at risk of being the target of a smear or, like, you know, not that I was doing anything to get me smeared before, but I was a drug addict, and I was, like, not a good person, and I was making a fuck ton of mistakes, and that's why I'm honest about that, because, like, you know, I'm not gonna hide that and then have it become a scandal, right? That's kind of stupid, and that's not even what I'm about. I want people to understand why I made those mistakes, what they were, and why, like, they were mistakes, you know? I made the mistakes so you don't have to, literally. I did all the drugs so you don't have to. I didn't know that's why I did the drugs until now, but it turns out that's an asset. There's not one drug except for LSD that is worth trying. Like, if you read about it, you can understand it enough. Except LSD. I believe everybody should do LSD at least one time. That is the only drug I recommend. And not to everybody either. If you have, like, unstable mood, don't take LSD. If you don't have good coping mechanisms for your unstable mood, don't take LSD. If you can cope with your shit, then you're good. It might be worth a shot. But if you can't cope with your shit and you often try to hurt yourself, no, don't do acid, okay? I have mental health fucking problems more than you would even believe is possible for a person to have, okay? The difference is I have coping strategies as well, and so, like, I can handle that shit. I don't do acid anymore because it's not gonna... I don't do any drugs anymore, in fact, except for ones I'm prescribed, which arguably are drugs just as much as fucking acid. I'm not gonna go there right now. I'm getting way too far away right now. But yeah, I don't need to do acid. There's everything I've gotten from those experiences is like all I wanted to get from those experiences, right? I've had the crazy fucking super trippy psychedelic experiences that you read about, and I understand what they're like in a way that I can't then describe to others because that's the nature of the experience, and that's what I wanted. I wanted that firsthand experience. And the only thing that provides you something like that is worthwhile is LSD. In my opinion. Like, you can do ketamine and have a trippy fucking experience laying on your fucking couch, drooling on yourself, seeing pretty shapes spinning in circles in your head. Is that a worthwhile experience? I don't think so. You have dreams all the time. Like, fucking, if you can close your eyes and imagine something, you know, like, but the closed eye visuals from ketamine are not so special. Maybe DMT, but DMT is kind of just like a mind fuck, and that's all it is. Like, you don't gain anything from that experience. I think LSD can kind of, it's such a long time that you're on it, that you're experiencing it, that you really have to fucking wrap your head around what you're experiencing. DMT happens so quick. It's like, what the fuck? Oh shit! And you're back. You're like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that, dude? What the fuck? But not like a bad thing. It's like you can't. You have nothing to say. It's like nothing I say will even come close to doing justice to the experience I just had. Is that worth experiencing? I don't know. If you're a curious person, you want to experience that, go for it. Should everybody do it at least once? No. I that didn't change my life. It gave me an experience I didn't have before. That's all it did. Acid changed my life. Acid is what made me an artist. I mean that 100%. I remember, like, I was sitting in my treehouse, I was listening to Sublime, and he was like screaming and like moaning into the mic basically, like, whoa, and it's like, dude, that's crazy, because I understand exactly what he means by that, and he's not even saying anything. And that's when it clicked for me. I'm like, oh, art is like, and he's just doing his thing. He's just doing his thing. Like, it clicked, and I understood it in a way I hadn't before. And like, I felt the music more than I heard it for the first time. Because I feel like a lot of people will just hear music. They don't feel music, and they don't like listen to music. They listen to it because that's what we call putting it on and perceiving it with your ears. But they're not like digging into it and like really analyzing it and picking it apart in the way that I had started to at that point. And who's to say I wouldn't have had that experience later on without drugs? That could be true, and I believe it very well would have been true, because I'm that type of person. I'm the type of person who wants to understand things, and when I understand things at a certain point, once I understand enough, then I'm going to want to tell other people about it. And what's a good way to do that? Art. But how long would it have taken me to figure that out? Probably a fucking long ass time. And I think these experiences that are very far from what a human being typically experiences day to day, like these brain states, are very, very far out. Like, that gave me insight into the mind, like the human mind a little bit, in a way that allowed me to then be a better artist and understand other people's art better and understand myself better. And that's why people say you can learn things from psychedelics. It's not like you take acid and then aliens start beaming fucking information into your brain. It's like, oh shit, I didn't know it could be like this. It meaning like everything. I didn't know being a human being could be this way. And then after I did acid, I did know that. It wasn't my first trip or like my second or third. It was when I did it by myself for the first time. Like, that's because I was just dancing in my backyard. I didn't even like dancing before. I didn't like feel a groove or like the rhythm or anything like that. But like, once I took acid, I felt, you know, doing the weird shit you see people in that like raves doing and like in videos where like, you know, hippies, the hippie movements, like shit like that. That's dancing. It's just like really weird looking and mildly disturbing, you know. But I understood. I'm like, oh shit, it's like a flow thing. It's a flow thing. It's temporal. It's like in the moment entirely. It's not like you don't think about it. You just do it. And as you do it, every second, you know, I can't explain. It's flow. Flow is a thing that is basically like meditation, I think. I think flow and meditation are the same thing, but there's a lot of ideas about meditation that are dogmatic. Like, you have to sit down and say these mantras and breathe a certain way. But I think meditation is a mind state that can be achieved a number of ways. Like, some people driving, you're meditating. Like you just zone out. You don't even realize the whole time you drove home you were just meditating. Like you just were, right? You weren't thinking. You were just kind of existing. Like fucking. I call that automaton mode, but then I realized saying that out loud makes it sound like I'm an empty shell of a person who just, sometimes it does. No, it's like I'm just flowing through time. That sometimes, like I'm just kind of fucking, and I had to practice that, and I didn't start doing the fucking automatic shit until I started practicing it. Like now I'll be fucking playing piano, and like in FL Studio, like clicking on things and changing things while still playing the piano, and I don't even realize like what I'm playing, or like I just am doing it, and improvising too, like just making shit up, fucking playing melodies, and that sounds like okay, but come on, but it's true. Like I had to practice that. I had to practice being able to do that, like doing multiple things simultaneously, and without having to think about them. You know, I think we can do more things than we have to think about. Having to think about things is only necessary when you're first start to do it, and at a certain point it becomes automatic, and everything is like that, including doing multiple things at the same time, juggling and fucking what is it, what do they call it, chewing gum, walk and chew gum, but also play piano and add reverb to the piano I'm playing, right? DJ and play piano, select the next song while making up a melody. It takes a lot of practice, and I've had to do a lot of fucking, you know, I've had to do that for a lot of time, and over a long period of time. But it's still possible. I think we underestimate, and that's what the psychedelics gave me. They made me realize what was possible within my brain, and I realized like, fuck it, anything is possible. Like, and I already thought that. I've always thought my parents have cool jobs, like their dream jobs basically, and they're not like fucking rich. They don't own big, huge businesses. I'm not fucking. They're working class. But they had their dream jobs, and so I always thought it possible for me to achieve my dream job, and I didn't know what it was yet. But that's not something a lot of people have, and I recognize that, and that's why I think I'm lucky to have had this experience. That's why I want to share these perspectives with others, because if I don't, then they won't know. Like that perspective is a good thing, because my mom is a wildlife biologist for NASA, not directly for NASA. It's a contractor. They contract out their ecological work, and basically what that means is she works at NASA, and then the company she works under changes every few years. They redo the contract. She's a NASA employee in every single way. She's like the Taiwan of NASA employees. She is not a country. She's not a NASA employee, but she is. Taiwan's a country, right? Taiwan, in every functional sense, is a country. She's not a name. My mom gets fucking, you know, all the. She can't accept gifts like as a government employee. Like she can't even like use coupons for when she's ordering shit for the for work, because that's considered a gift, and she's a government employee. My dad, you know, basically, I didn't get the cool part. It's not that she can't accept gifts. It's that she wrangles gators. My mom wrangles alligators and crawls into holes in the ground to pick out fucking wildlife and say, yes, interesting. Measure with a ruler and shit. I don't know. That's her thing, not mine. But I do know. I'll explain because it's really cool. Okay. Alligators are apex predators, meaning small fish gets eaten by bigger fish, gets eaten by bigger fish, gets eaten by bigger fish. Food chain, right? It's a direct line. This fish went inside this fish, inside this fish. And so that means all the fish end up inside the one at the top of the food chain, the gator. You got this happens over a longer time scale, but the concept is still true. It's called bioaccumulation. So if you measure the mercury in a fucking gator's blood, I point to my back because you take blood from a gator on the back of its neck. God damn, that's pretty cool. That's cool. Anyway, you measure the mercury in an alligator's blood, and you can tell how much is like overall in the ecosystem when there shouldn't be any, right? Like stuff like that. So they pull the gators up in the airboat, they tie their mouth shut because they can't open it as hard as they can close it. Not even close, and they fucking do research like that, and then they insider info. You won't get this anywhere else, anywhere in the fucking, no one else who is doing what I'm doing right now will tell you fucking this information. Okay, this is unique. At Kennedy Space Center, there is a bio lab, and by bio lab I mean it's where they conduct experiments in the field of biology. It's like one fucking building. It's not a huge building. It's like one room with some refrigerators in it, a bunch of glassware, and some like incubators. But they hatch gators at NASA, and they release them into the wild. They are fucking making gators out there, dude. I don't know what the fuck they're putting in them. I don't know why, Fucking, unironically, I went to my mom's work one time, they had tubs full of alligators. Tubs. I mean, like five of, like this times five, right? Like this. And they got fucking gators just splashing around in there. And I don't mean like there's a few in there. I mean like the bottom of the container is covered in alligator. You can't see the bottom because it's all alligators. Oops, all gators. Fuck. And then they released them. I'm exaggerating a little bit. They took those eggs from a mama gator whose life was then destroyed, I assume, right? Like they stole those gators. They didn't hatch. They did hatch them, but they didn't create them. They're not creating the gators. That's what she told me. I don't know if I can trust that. I don't know if they're creating gators. If they are, I bet she wouldn't be able to tell me that, right? Oh, we found these. Yeah, these gators here, the fucking tubs of alligators. Dude, we found those. They fell off a truck. They fell off the back of a truck. What are you talking about? They signed an NDA. Don't tell anyone we're making these things. Don't tell them how. Don't tell them why. Don't even tell them we're making them. It's suspicious. It's very suspicious. And people already think they're controlling the weather. So I love feeding into conspiracies about that. That's like the funniest thing in the world to me. In my hometown, where NASA was, people believe that NASA controlled the weather. It's like, dude, you can go there. Like, you could drive over there right now and like and see what's going on there. It's not a secret. It's like you need clearance to get into the main part of the Space Center, like where the employees go. But not really. You just have to show your badge to the security guard who's like half asleep, probably. Like, no one's ever tried to commit a fucking terrorist attack at NASA. Like, it's not really something that's on their mind at all. It's not like the fucking, even the town hall, probably, where the mayor is and shit like that. People have tried to do things that are crazy over there. No one's fucking NASA. Everyone likes NASA. Except conspiracy theorists, because they're stupid as fuck and just looking for things to get mad at. Like, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but my conspiracy theories are based in reality and like make sense and there's a reason for it. It's not just like, dude, they're controlling the weather. Why are they controlling the weather? Why would they do that? I don't know, man, but I can tell. It wasn't raining 5 minutes ago. We live in Florida, dude. That happens all the time. It's like, yeah, why do you think? Could be the air is 50% water. I don't know. And sometimes you can't see it, sometimes you can. I don't know. They don't know enough. That conspiracy theories like that, or conspiracy theorists like that, are Dunning-Kruger pilled. They Dunning-Kruger effect, when you know just enough to be misinformed about something in a way that like you wouldn't have been able to be if you had not known that. Like, NASA's out there conducting science experiments. You don't know what science is. You don't know anything other than that. You can now be like, oh shit, they're experimenting by changing the weather. Like, okay, dude, you don't know enough about what you're talking about to fucking know anything, but you know enough to make yourself more uninformed. Like, anyway, I love talking about that shit. It's cool as fuck, and I think that's cool. I've just pictured me when I'm like 2 years old holding an indigo snake, which is the largest snake native to North America. It's like a 6-foot snake. It's wrapped. They're the chillest snakes, dude. Like, you think corn snakes are chill? Indigo snakes are chill as fuck. Those guys are my favorite. I wish I could have a beer with them. I would, but I can't drink beer. It makes me nauseous because it tastes bad. And I'm not. You would think I could have an addict, right? Like I couldn't handle my alcohol. I don't even like alcohol. I don't like it. It makes me feel. I don't like anything about it. I get giggly and tired, and then like very nauseous the next day. And why would I'll just do some fucking fentanyl or Xanax. I don't know. Anyway, I got this picture of me with a snake wrapped around me when I'm a kid, like 2 years old. And like I feel like any normal person would understand, or not understand, think that's a dangerous thing. That snake's gonna fuck that kid up. Why are you letting your 2-year-old hold a giant snake? But like, my mom's cool as fuck too. Like she would come to school and bring the animals, and usually like you can touch the reptiles with 2 fingers and rub its scales and feel it. She just let everyone hold whatever the fuck they want and fuck with it however they want as long as they're not hurting it. Like, I think that's so cool. That's where I get this from. Like I'm of the people. Like, fuck it. You can hold the lizard, dude. You want to hold the lizard? Look, the snake will go in your pocket. Put it around your neck. Literally. It's cool. And she never wanted to. She's like super shy. And I was super shy for the longest time. Like I wasn't a performer because fucking that shit made me nervous. Probably because I got that from her. And like that's how she raised me to be. She's that way. She's my mom. I want to be like my mom because she's my mom. So then oh, that's my thing. Like I was scared of, I still am scared of parasites, like parasitic insects, ticks mainly, because my mom is terrified of ticks, but she's scared of them in a way that I'm not. Like she will like shake and be like, oh, that doesn't happen to me, you know. I'll be like, gross, 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 get that out, but I won't like, you know, oh, hands in the air, like you just don't care and run out the building. That's not my relationship with the insects. But I think that not wanting to be a performer is a similar thing. Like I for the longest time, like, oh, I'm not a creative person, because my parents said that to me all the time. They're not like the creative type, and like nature and nurture, you know. How much of that is like they're actually not creative? Bullshit. They are, like, in different ways. And you know, they decorated the house with all these fucking decorations of fish, like stuff like that they pick up from, like, you know, wherever the fuck. Like they got art festivals and you go buy this thing for like $1, little fish, and they hang it on the wall. That's creativity. It's a different kind of creativity than what people normally consider creativity. Like science it requires a lot of creativity. Our engineering especially is a very creative craft, but engineers won't call themselves creative, because creative means something different, and it's not different though. It's the same type of creativity. Like it's just different groups of people. You're not gonna. It's like scientists are a different group of people than performers, and scientists might not have any interest in entertainment, like at all whatsoever. But that doesn't mean it's a different type of creativity required. It's the same creativity expressing itself in a different way, like showing itself in a different way, rather. You know, it's creativity is creativity, and like these are things that I've kind of come to understand myself. Because I didn't know anyone fucking playing instruments or did anything with music when I was growing up. Like everyone I knew was a scientist, or their parents were scientists, or their friends' parents were scientists. Because not everyone worked at the Space Center. Most people did though. Like it's the main place where people work in my hometown. I've gotten very far away from the proving Elon Musk and his cohorts are fascists thing. I'm now talking about NASA controlling the alligator populations. Which is true. They're not controlling it, but they are monitoring it very closely and making adjustments as needed in what they do and how many gators they rescue and release. Like, are they controlling the gator populations? Depends on what you mean by control. Right? That just sounds so suspicious, and I love it. I love that so much. I could fuck with so many people. So many people are scared of NASA because they don't know what's going on over there. What's going on? I'll tell you. 99% of the time, it's fucking people half asleep drinking coffee and like going there to get their paycheck, you know, and going home and not giving a fuck like about anything. Those are the administrators at NASA. And like the other half is fucking scientists who want to do something but can't because there's so much fucking stopping them in the way of like bureaucracy. It's like fucking social services in New York City. These people want to help. They want to help really bad, it seems, but there's so much shit they have to do and can't like not do that it's like you get so exhausted by that. When it comes time to like actually do something, you don't have the energy for it anymore. And that's just the same way with the science experiments, but there's good reason for it. They used to be like the environment. They've always been kind of good for the environment, not for the environment, but like with the environment. But like now they're very, very, very good with the environment. They have a lot of like innovative environmental sciences things going on there, and like the reason they're so good for with the environment is because of those regulations. Like my mom, she used to do the gator wrangling. She's retired. Her gator wrangling days are over, but now she does more like the ecology stuff, like going out there and making sure before they demolish this building, all the different types of paint that are on all these different samples she's collecting from around the building are not going to fuck up the environment. Stuff like that. And, that's why it's hard to do projects out there, and that's why SpaceX, which notoriously did not give a fuck about the environment, is able to like excel, and they're out in Texas doing that shit now. SpaceX's facility, because Texas has got a lot of wide open land, and you got like land, air, and sea, fucking plenty of, not a lot of regulations, a lot of open space, and a lot of fucking you know, environments, like natural environments that you can work with, whatever the fuck you need is out there. And so they got Florida-like terrain out in Texas, but they don't have Florida-like regulation. They don't have Florida-like fucking, because Florida cares about its environment. People in Florida live very closely with the environment. You go to the beach, You go to the rivers, you go to the fucking, you know, there's an aquifer. If you dig 5 feet down in Florida, you hit water anywhere in the state. There's a river that runs under the whole state, the entire state. And like people there understand nature in a different way, I think. In Arkansas, it's hard to explain because Arkansas is similar, right? Like, oh, we're going out in the fucking woods and going camping and shit, but it's different because in Arkansas, it's like the outdoors is a setting, but in Florida, it's like people are fishing, everyone goes out to fish, and it's like intertwined with the culture more so than it is in any other part of this country, I think. Like, you go to the parks and people, like, there's tour guides and they'll tell you about all the different animals here and like wildlife and shit, and there's signs that talk about it, and like it's with any natural park, but that's all there is to do in Florida. You're either doing that or you're getting drunk or buying Xanax and robbing someone to pay for the Xanax and mumbling into a microphone or screaming into a microphone if you're like from the South Florida area. Or, yeah, but that's in Arkansas, you can go hiking and you can go fucking like camping and you can go look at the views, but it's not the same because it's more of like an observation of nature rather than being a part of it, you know? Florida, you are an animal in every sense of the word. And so the animal kingdom is like, we are one. In Arkansas, it's like, I'm a human, but I'm gonna go shoot animals for fun, right? There's a separation there. Not that people don't hunt in Florida, I'm just trying to draw a distinction between the culture. Read between the lines, you know? Anti-realist. Fuck. It's a good fucking rant, dude. It's a good one. I feel like I've made my points more clearly than I have in the past. I've been practicing this for a long time. I haven't really actually acted on it. And it's the real deal. But, like, the politics stuff, I gotta work on having overarching points that connect. But I think I've been able to do that better than I have in the past. I'm proud of that. Let's see. Libs hate us. That's one of the top replies to this Elon Musk tweet. Watching the wall. Hold on. Words gotta refresh. Watching the fall of Western civilization one at a time. That's a fucking mouthful. Western civilization, let me break it to you, dude. It's not falling. It's not falling. It's been not falling for as long as people have been saying it's falling, which is forever. Okay? It turns out, the people who, you know, colonized the world and like fucking did all that shit got the upper hand pretty early on. And ever since they did, they've held on to it. I don't know. We're not losing anything over here. We're not falling at all. They want you to believe it's falling. They want you to believe the culture's not what it used to be. Look at these fucking representations of the 50s in media and think about how good things could be if they were like they are in the movies. Okay? Think about how things could have, this period of time 100 years ago that no one alive today was alive then to experience. Think about how good it was, because no one talks about the bad parts in detail as much as they do the good parts on things that remember our flowery, you know, rose-tinted glasses representations. Return to tradition. That's the fascist slogan, right? Return to tradition. They want, we're losing our ways. We need to look to our elders and the ancestors and get back in line with what humans are meant to do. Humans aren't meant to do anything. Everyone is still trying to figure that out. And there's no reason to, because there's nothing to figure out. Like that is the human fucking experience. It's like, what the fuck? How did I get here? What's going on? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to be doing right now? And then you die. And like everyone has that experience. Everyone always has had that experience. That's what it's like to be a human. And they like to take advantage of that and say, oh, the people back then knew, but they don't today. These kids, these damn kids. They've been saying that since fucking the ancient world, dude. Like, I forgot who said, like Plato or some shit. He's like, oh, the kids today don't know anything, and their culture is gonna ruin everything. And that's just kind of like, I don't know how valid this is, but that's the role of elders, is to prevent things from changing as much as possible. And it's the role of the young people to change as much as possible. I think that's a narrative that is destructive, because old people like Bernie Sanders, he's not one of the boomers, like, he might be, but he's not like boomer in the way that I'm using it right now, which is someone who's like standing in the way of change that's their fucking role in society. I don't think that's valid. I don't think that's like the way things have to be. That's the way things are, and that's the way people see things, and the way that they see themselves, and you know, because young people have not had complacency beaten into their brains yet. Old people have. They've had their whole lifetime for people to fucking tell them no and like, you know, make them lose hope. So they do. But if you can recognize that and be like, oh shit, no, it's not that it's immature to believe change is possible. It's that after a long period of trying to change things and not being able to, it gets frustrating and you don't want to feel frustrated. So you do the other things or change your beliefs and think that that's maturing. It's not maturing. It's just growing complacent. And so return to tradition is like the fascist slogan. They want you to believe that degenerates are ruining culture. And degeneracy is a word that I hear a lot today. You just do not hear that word so much. Or not the way you do use today. Like, let me talk about the Nazi Germany for a second, because all of the things that the Republican Party believes, on paper, by the way, they'll write these things down in their party platform, can be traced back to Nazi Germany. The ideas the Nazis believed can be traced back to America. The Nazis got their ideas about, you know, how to oppress people based on the way America was oppressing the natives and black people and fucking, I don't know if I can say black people. I think you're supposed to say African American people. That's just like something I have to fucking fix, you know? I don't mean it any different. It's just like the underlying idea is the same. I don't know if that's like a socially acceptable thing to say though. I gotta figure that out. I don't talk to people, but I feel like people have looked at me differently after I said that. But it's also because I'm from Florida. It's like, oh wait, shit, the way you said that. But then they're like projecting my, you know. I'm saying this now because when I say it out loud, then I remember. And I don't say it again. And if it is bad, or if it hurts people, it doesn't matter if it's bad. I don't care if it's bad. I hear it hurts others. If they hear that and be like, oh man, that felt like disrespectful, then I don't want to say it. I don't want to be disrespecting anyone. I don't want anyone to feel disrespected whether or not I meant disrespect. Fuck. Nazis got their ideas from how we treated minority groups in this country back then and historically. And before Hitler started doing the whole Holocaust thing, before that even came to light, like, because now we have documentation after we beat Germany in the war. Not we, the Soviets. After the Soviets beat Germany in the war, we went in there and like documented all that shit because they're like, oh, we don't want this to happen ever again. And now we know all the extent of it. And so before we knew, there was Madison Square Garden. You have that picture of Nazi rally. Nazi ideology was booming in the United States. Like, fascism was a popular ideology until we went to war with the fascists. Like, we didn't change anything. We're still prone to that, and like 100%. And we think, oh no, we beat the Nazis. Yeah, at a certain point, it's gonna wear off. You know, yeah, fuck yeah, dude, America, let's go. Like, that's just gonna wear off. And people are gonna be like, wait, were they bad though? Yes, yeah, they were. They were very bad for a variety of reasons. But it turns out, everyone's always known this. Like, this has been common knowledge, not common knowledge, but this has been known for a long time. They got their ideas from us. So at some point, once the team sports shit wears off, like, those ideas don't sound too bad after all. Maybe we should look into them a little bit and see what the fuck. Maybe they're onto something. That's what people think. And that's how things are starting to go right now. Because you look at the Republican Party platform, and you can trace these ideas all the way back to Nazi Germany. You hear the term cultural Marxist? Have you ever heard that? You'll never believe what the Nazis used to say. They used to say fucking cultural Bolshevism. Yeah, cultural Bolshevism. Bolsheviks were in the Weimar Republic, which is what would then become Nazi Germany once the Nazis took over. The Bolsheviks were the socialists at the time, right? Revolutionary socialists. There's a lot of shit going on. I'm trying not to stray too far from what I'm saying, but cultural Marxism is the same thing as cultural Bolshevism. It's just, we can't say that because then you'll call us a Nazi, and then people can Google it and be like, oh yeah, that is Nazi. But it is. That's a Nazi belief that the cultural Bolsheviks or cultural Marxists are coming in and they're ruining culture and they're planning to. I might be the only socialist who's like actually fucking planning on changing things and like, but I'm open about it. No one's secretly doing anything, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But also, what else? The Nazis believed that trans people, that the degenerate socialists were transing the kids. You hear that all the time now. That's The first thing the Nazis did was fucking burn all the transgender medicine science and information that, because Weimar Republic was actually like a bastion of queer acceptance. Like a lot of people moved to Berlin to be lesbians and gay and all that shit. Fucking as if I'm not one of them. Yeah, I'm very much so. But they burned all that fucking literature immediately. That's what the book burnings were. What books were they burning? The fucking transgender literature. That's the famous book burning they did. Like, because they believed that people were transing their kids. Or that they didn't believe that. No one actually who knew what was going on in the Nazi Party believed that. It's like fucking no, that's propaganda, dude. Because if they're, how do you rile people up? What's the most effective? They're coming for the kids. Because people, I don't understand this, but people who have kids, they're like, they want to protect them for some reason. I don't know. Like, so you threaten their kid. You say someone's threatening their kids, and you say they're pedophiles and they're fucking doing weird shit with the fucking kids, and it's like, oh shit. Well, now I'm very much going to act upon these ideas when otherwise I wouldn't have. You got me, dude. Like, so by saying, but trans people are becoming more accepted in society. It is a true statement that as things become more socially acceptable to do, more people are going to do them because they would have done them otherwise. And instead of choosing not to because they're scared, they just do it. You know, like left-handedness used to be like seen as satanic, and as soon as we stopped like beating the shit out of kids for being left-handed, left-handedness rose. Like you look at the chart, the amount of people who identify as left-handed rose, and it plateaued off at a certain point once like the natural amount of people who would have been left-handed, you know, reached that number. Transgender, the same way. It's the same exact way. People are trans, it turns out, and because gender is not real. I gotta stay on track. Gender is not real. I don't mean there's no such thing as dick or vag, dude. That's not what I mean when I say that. I know I do. I have a dick. I say that all the time. It's crazy, dude. I have a dick. But also agender. I don't have a gender. Or I identify as agender. I identify as not having a gender because that means I don't put myself in a category of male or female when I sign paperwork, because I don't want that person to then have an expectation of what I'm going to be like when I show up for the fucking job interview. So that's the function of gender. It's if you say I'm a female on your paperwork, or you tell you I'm a female, then that's the lens they're going to view you from. That's the idea of you they're going to have in their head. Like, oh well, you're pretty hairy for a girl, you know. But you wouldn't say that if you're a guy. It's just like guys are hairy, right? So you might say. That's what being trans means. It's when you choose to identify as something other than what you are assigned at birth, like at all, non-binary, or you know, male female, female male, doesn't matter. If you pick something else, pick another category that you want to live in. It's not that you don't know and you're delusional and you don't know what's in your fucking pants or what you are. You know what you are, but you also know that you don't have to be that. You can be whatever the fuck you want, and you can identify however the fuck you want, and it's going to make a difference in the social interaction you have, how you identify, right? So, no one's transing the kids. The kids are already, like, prone to be trans, whether they are or they aren't. Like, there's a lot, okay, let me explain a little bit more about trans ideology, quote unquote, because I think this is important, like, in general. I'm going to come back to the Nazis and Republicans things. I think that's very important, too. Basically, trans people, I don't think it's like as much of a mental disorder as people make it out to be. Yes, it's in the DSM because that's how you can get trans people help, like with the hormones and like being the person you don't question this when it comes to like cis people, right? If a man is not, if he wants to take testosterone, it's like, yeah, of course you can take testosterone and you can feel more manly. But if you're a man and you want to feel more feminine and you take estrogen, that's frowned upon because it's like, you're changing what God gave you. Oh, we're changing what God gave you if you take fucking Tylenol and to help with pain? No, like, it's the same thing. And it's cosmetic, yes, but people get plastic surgery, they get boob enlargements all the time, or even boob shrinkages, dude. I'm not a doctor. There's different words for those that I'm not using. I don't know, breast reduction, boob enlarge, boob shrink the boob. That's valid. That's been valid. That's like, hell yeah, brother, get them titties. Now, hell yeah, sister, fucking, literally, because I'm from the South and we do incest. Fucking get bigger tits. You might be my sister, but I still like tits. fucking, that's always been okay to do. And trans people weren't like a subject of conversation until recently because, like, if you scare people, because you can look at the numbers. More kids today are identifying as trans than ever before, or they're expressing themselves in ways that don't conform to gender roles, right? And so you can look at that and say, oh shit, it's not, they're kids, they can't make their own decisions, they don't know who they are, they don't know anything, they're kids. And then so someone must be making these decisions for them. And that's like, oh shit, there's some weird shit going on. I don't understand it. I don't understand anything. I'm a fucking Republican. I was born and raised in Florida. I never even ventured outside my fucking home county, you know? But now I'm gonna go do a mass shooting because that's fucking, I gotta make a point. That's not good. How does nobody else realize that's not good? You see, it's effective propaganda, and the Nazis understood that, and that's why they say it, and that's why every fucking, you know, you look at like for example, Muslim countries with the what is it called? Theocratic authoritarianism or theocratic monarchies in the Middle East. They say the same shit, like that. You know, that's why they're stone gay people or whatever the fuck the stereotype is. You know, do they actually do that? I now you figure that out. I don't even know if that's true or not. I know that they're like homophobic and like on a legal level as well, but I don't know if they like actually stone people to death. I don't know if that's a thing, and I don't want to repeat that if it's not true. But I feel like that's not okay. That spreads stereotypes. It's one thing if it's true, because then it feeds my point about global fascism and these ideas being the same thing no matter how they present themselves in different cultures. Like China is also doing the same thing with the queer hatred. Like they're demonizing trans people, and you won't see any trans people in like mainstream Chinese culture because it's a method of propagandizing, and it always has been. It always has been. Not necessarily like fucking, you know, demonizing trans people, but demonizing gay people for sure. Because like being gay to someone who's straight is kind of gross. Like I think like by default, it's like, yeah, I don't know, I wouldn't suck dick, but you do you, I guess. Like that's the default fucking attitude, and people are radicalized into being hateful. Because maybe they do like it a little bit, but they're too scared to admit it because they know everyone else thinks it's kind of gross. And it's like, so they gotta be vocal. I know, I hate that shit. I hate it. Fucking sucking dick as a man, wouldn't even think about it. Never have, never will. You know? Overcompensating a little bit. And that's like a natural thing, I think. Like, not saying homophobia is natural, but I'm saying, like, I think straight people are gross. Honestly, I'm not gay, but I'm pansexual. But I think, like, you know, the like getting married and shit, I think it's kind of gross and weird. Like, it's a weird way to live your life. I guess if you want to fuck with only the same person for the rest of your life and like, you do you. I get it. Like, I don't even want to be seen as someone who might be fucking like straight or, you know, cis. It's just weird to me. And it's just not my thing. It's not my thing personally. And people feel the same way about things that aren't. And I feel like there's like, I don't think it's wrong to be gay or straight or anything like that, but it's definitely like the most biologically fucking, you know, has the most biological utility to be straight because you can have kids that way. And so, you know, demonizing gay people as, I don't think being straight, I think everyone is naturally bisexual and then they are raised into being straight or like maybe you can be gay. I don't know. I don't. I'm bi. So it's like fucking bi, pan, and the same thing. I say bi because it's like it's the word I identified with when I came out. So it is what it is. Like it's what I'm most comfortable saying about myself, and it's what comes out naturally. But pan is more correct, especially like I'm agender, I'm fucking non-binary, and so if anyone's benefiting from the use of the word pansexual, it's me. It means everybody. Gender, not bi, because bi implies two genders. Fucking getting away from the point again. It's an easy way to radicalize people, I think. And it always has been, and that's why it's been so persistent. That's why homophobia has been like the last fucking form of xenophobia to be like really broken down, because it is the one that's been used by people who want to propagandize the most, and as a result of that, it's become part of culture the most. Like gay jokes, fucking used to be a category of jokes. Now it's just like, oh, you're just homophobic, like it's. Whereas xenophobia, it's like, okay, you come from a different country, obviously you're not that different. We're all people. you have a different culture, whatever the fuck. But like being gay is like, okay, well that's wrong because I don't know, it's not natural. You can say a million things about it, and so it's been the last one to go. Anyway, I remember what I was saying. There's queer theory. That's what gender studies are. That's what fucking queer theory is. That's what all that shit is. It's like the study of that and like the categories and how the categories interact. How much of it is like natural? How much of it is cultural? Because I don't know. It's hard to understand someone who's bisexual. Fucking like. Why wouldn't you just? I mean, I don't like certain types of dudes. Like, I don't like fucking hairy dudes or like big dudes at all. Like, I like fucking twinks that look like me, like just like me, right? Why? So, when did I say that? When I started thinking about twinks, I was like, fuck. Where my train of thought go? Damn. Yeah, no. Why wouldn't you just like understand that it doesn't matter what gender the person is. It depends on what the individual looks like, that if you're gonna like them or not. It doesn't make sense to me because of what I just said. I think people are too scared to admit it. I think that's what it is, honestly. But then people who are like really gay will be like, no, dude. And you saying that is kind of invalidating as a gay person who doesn't like women at all. I'm like, I get it. Women are fucking annoying sometimes, depending on the person. You can't essentialize these characteristics. You can't say this type of person is this way every time, or like generally this way. It's stereotyping. It's called essentializing characteristics of fucking people never works out good. That's how you get racism and sexism and homophobia and all that shit. And so I'm like radically non-binary in all my fucking views of people. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna like that type. I don't know. I'm not gonna say I like or don't like that type of person. I have to meet the person individually. That's my perspective. Anyway, I digress. I don't know what that means. I think it means you go back to what you were saying. But if it doesn't mean that, that's how I'm using it, okay? The Nazis and the Republican Party have the same platform. And they have the same, like, mode of political engagement, basically. Which is fear and fervor. There's this, it's an essay. I think it might be, it's a pamphlet or something. 14 features of fascism. Umberto Eco. This is like, fascism is not like socialism. It's not like an ideology that has core tenets that can be like these are things we want in our government. In socialism, we want the workers to own the means of production instead of the capitalist. We want fucking capitalist, meaning like the business magnate who just owns things and trades stock, whatever the fuck they do. They don't work. That is their job, like owning businesses. Oh, like, that doesn't make sense to me at all, dude. I'm sorry. I gotta indulge in this because how is owning anything a real job? Like landlords, you own the building. What do you mean by own? What are you doing? What are you physically doing? You're owning it? Okay, why do you need to own it? Like, what is that? What utility does that serve in the building's fucking existence? Someone's got to hire the people? Okay, why can't the people who live there, like, appoint fucking someone to make those decisions, or, like, have elections as a group? This is our neighborhood. We're going to fucking they're like the treasurer of the group, and you're going to make sure this guy's going to fucking pick the guys who, whatever the fuck. You don't need a landlord. Landlord is unnecessary. Anyway, socialism, we want to eliminate ownership as a thing like that. It's going to be the people who work at a business collectively own the business and make decisions about the business democratically, or appoint leaders of the business who make decisions on behalf of the business democratically, so they're accountable, right? Fascism is fucking brain diseases, dude. Like, let me read these 14 features because it's the most accurate or pertinent definition of fascism, and you'll understand what I mean. Number 1, powerful and continuing nationalism. Fascist regimes tend to make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and other paraphernalia. Your fucking nationalistic paraphernalia, that's a charge. That is 5 years minimum. Nationalism is their thing. Where make America great again, right? Fucking America, #1, America first. You hear that from fascists all the time. That's why. I mean, this isn't like something they follow or adhere to. This is a description of these trends, because fascism is more of like an ideological trend than an ideology. It's like you fucking like Stalin's government was fascist, right? I believe that. It's a different type of fascism than the Nazis, but it was still fascism nonetheless. Like, anyone could agree with that. Like, yeah, Stalin was a fascist. It's like an authoritarian who, these characteristics, right? There's no set definition. You can't define it. Socialism, you can define it, have a concrete definition. Anarchism is not like, it's not an ideology in the same way, but it's rather a perspective. And I can direct, anti-hierarchy, easy to understand. Fascism, what the fuck is that? It's not authoritarianism, it's a different thing. How? Number 2, disdain for the recognition of human rights. I don't care, these fucking immigrants at the border coming through, we can just ship them in the fucking middle of the sea. I don't care, dude. Fuck it, these fucking criminals, they can be locked up and throw away the keys, you know what I'm saying? Fucking, that's how they engage with these ideas. It's disdain for human rights, you know? They don't think, okay, well, I do hate the fucking criminals and immigrants, but I'm gonna fucking treat them with respect. You don't hear that. No. Well, I do think we should give them due process, and they do have a right to seeking asylum in this country. What the fuck? You're the most woke fucking redneck, dude. That's crazy. You just said that people have human rights. That's wild. See, when I use the southern accent, that's how I don't get fucking like clipped out of context when I say things. Now, if I'm talking with a southern accent like that, it means I'm fucking either making a joke or like representing an idea I don't believe, or you know. So I don't want to be taken like that. Identification of enemies and scapegoats is a unifying cause. The Nazis scapegoated the Jews. The fucking the Republicans scapegoat the Jews. I mean, not explicitly because they're in bed with Israel and all that. It's more so the queer people and the woke community, quote unquote woke community. Because I say woke, I mean woke. Like woke has a definition. It's just kind of, it means what it means. It's woke. It's like fucking damn, you know what's up on when it comes to social issues, basically. But it has roots in like, you know, the African American community, and fucking making sure, you know that we're being discriminated against. Stay woke. Like, I say African American, now I feel like I'm just like trying too hard to be woke. But so I'm gonna say I'm gonna say how I want to say it from now on. Which until someone tells me that's like harmful, so I hear it way too much, and it's not like I think that is overcompensating, and that makes me not only come across like I'm overcompensating, but feel like I am, and I can't speak as genuinely as I want to. So people are gonna say whatever the fuck they want. I don't think that is something that is that big of a problem. That word specifically. Supremacy of the military, not the N word, the word black. Black people call themselves black people, you know. It's a black community. It's like it's not a dirty word. I mean, acting like it is, not knowing, not because it is. I think it is, but because I don't know if it is, or I didn't know until right now when I just pointed it out to myself why it's not. Like, you know, I gotta. I'm working on my rhetoric. This is rhetoric. It's optics. How I come across to people. I gotta think about that a lot if I'm doing politics. So, working that shit out. You know. We are in together. Me, myself, and I, that is. Supremacy of the military, number 4. Even when there are widespread domestic problems, the military is given a disproportionate amount of government funding, and the domestic agenda is neglected. That doesn't necessarily pertain to the Republican Party, but it does, because they're war hawks, and they've always been war hawks. And the supremacy of the military is something that was present in Nazi Germany, obviously, because they started a bunch of fucking wars. That's why fascists start wars, because wars give people something to be scared about, to get like care about, and it's like a source of pride in the military, national pride, big guns and tanks rolling down the main street, fucking yeah, big strong energy, strong big vibes, dude, big vibes coming from that shit. Like, that appeals to people. They feel like they're part of something bigger. And like that they're powerful even if they're not in their own day-to-day lives. And fascism often comes from like when, for example, Nazis came from after World War I. They felt their country had been humiliated, and like now that racism and shit is losing in this country, and like progressivism is winning and objectively, and you can't stop it. It's a force of nature at this point. People feel like, no, the fucking KKK dudes down in Florida feel humiliated. They feel like oh, you're making us feel like we're wrong for our fucking heritage. It's like, yeah, because your heritage is fucking wrong, dude. That shit's fucked up, and you need to understand that. And it's not like you're wrong as an individual for like having that as your heritage, but you need to understand that's wrong and why it's wrong because of the harm it causes. And they don't understand that because they don't want to, and it's like their culture. They see it. That's how they see it. They see it as, that's my culture. You don't see Germans being like, you know, as much as I disagree with the Nazis, that is my heritage. Like, that's not the way they talk about it because they understand. And we've never had that understanding here. We never came to that understanding that like our past in this. I feel like I'm in New York City right now. This is a very progressive place as far as the United States goes. Like in Florida, they straight up cover up that shit. They don't want you to think about the Civil War because that's like blood on their hands. They see that. That's how they see it. And like, so they never had that reaction. In Germany, you can't even like show Nazi like imagery on your. You can't display like Nazi flags or anything because they don't want that shit ever to happen again. They take responsibility. They teach it in schools. That's why in Florida they want to remove it from the fucking curriculum. That's why they are removing it from the curriculum because they're doing this fucking round 2, bro. They're ready for it. I'm not. When I say the Republicans are fascists, I don't mean like oh fucking everyone I don't like is a fascist. I mean they are ideologically in line with fascists from historical movements that were unambiguously fascist. Hold on. I hate that shit. Like, oh, you fucking leftists always say everyone you don't like is a fascist. Some of them do. I've argued with vegans on Twitter, and they're like, eating meat is fash. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You have no. They think like authoritarian. Maybe not doesn't mean the same thing as fascism. Fascism is a distinct ideological trend. Authoritarianism is just imposing your will over the will of others through force, basically. It's a different thing. So some of them do that. I understand. I'm not gonna say yeah, fucking leftists are all the most smart, fucking optically pure advocates for their ideas. I'm just gonna say the ideas they do have, the underlying ideas are good, and the ideas I believe are good. But I don't call anyone a fascist unless they're a fascist. You can be a fascist without like ideologically believing in fascism. You don't be like, oh yes, I believe in fascism. You just follow these trends ideologically. You are a fascist. Rampant sexism. That's pretty self-explanatory, I think. Governments of fascist nations tend to be almost exclusively male-dominated. Under fascist regimes, traditional gender roles are made more rigid. Tricath? You ever heard of that term? Like, I want to be a tricath, like, stay-at-home mom. They want to obfuscate being, like, preferring to be, like, you know, housewife kind of thing. Like, that might be your default, not your default, your preferred mode of, like, marriage or whatever the fuck, or a relationship, but saying, oh, I want to be tricath, or like, you know, I want a tribe wife. Not tricath, tribe wife. I want to be a tribe wife. That means, oh, traditional wife, like it's the way we should be. We should be, you know, have the wife at the home, the man out making bread. No, that's just to keep the woman from being able to make decisions because sexism. It's sexism. I don't understand it well enough to fucking tell you why they believe it. Like, that's never made sense to me. Women and men, like, but I'm non-binary, so it's like, I'm looking at both you guys fucking in the middle here. Like, what do you got? Why do you feel that way? Why do you feel that way? I don't know. Why are you on the left over here, in the male category, being so mean to the fucking lady over here who's just trying to chill, dude? She's just trying to chill, and you're like, fuck you. Take these pills, you're hysterical. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying right now? What's wrong with you? But they believe like men are strong, and we need a man. We can't have a fucking woman lead for president, or you know, we need a man leading this country. That's what they said in 2016. I don't believe we should have that woman leading this country, but I don't believe no woman could lead this country. A lot of people do though. Women are too emotional to lead the country, and that's a component of fascism. There's a lot of different components of fascism. 14 of them, in fact, in this list I'm reading. Controlled mass media. That's a big one. It's a big one. Fox News is lockstep with the Republican Party at all times. 100% of the time, the narrative is the same on Fox News as it is from the Republican fucking Congress people. That now Twitter is also the owner of Twitter is in line with these narratives and is able to boost content that supports them and stuff like that, which to a certain extent, right? Because social media is still a naturally memes will spread and become viral for reasons other than they were promoted by Facebook. But at the end of the day, whatever shows up on your feed, it shows up there because that's what the algorithm chose to put there. And the input affects the output, even if the input isn't 100% the output. It has an impact. Obsession with national security. Wait, let me read these points, the little point underneath it, because these are good. Sometimes media is directly controlled by the government, but in other cases, there's a typo in this list. Maybe you're not so trustworthy after all. Maybe my whole life and worldview is a lie, dude. This is a very famous list. This is like the definition of fascism, and this is like one person's interpretation of it. I don't even know if this is Umberto Eco's fucking one. I should find that one. Because that's like the one I'm referencing. I don't know what this is. It doesn't seem as familiar as I remember it being. No, it is. But where's the original one? There's like a picture of it. I like the picture one. Fuck, I'm gonna go back to the one I had, because it had a little bullet point underneath that was good. It seems like they were the same bullet point, so it doesn't matter. Fuck. I'm going back in my search history, dude. I gotta find that page. Here we go. Okay. Controlled mass media. Controlled mass media. Just try. I don't know what I meant by that. Yeah, I'm gonna stop you, dude. Just try. Okay. It's obsession with national security. That's a big one in the fucking. Not necessarily in Nazi Germany, or like, which is what I'm using as the direct one-to-one here, because it is the most closely associated. Like, they're neo-Nazis in America today. The Republican Party is now like the party of neo-Nazis. There's two halves of the Republican Party. They're kind of collapsing into one now. You have the old guard of fucking boomers who want less taxes and all that shit and want to go blow up people in the Middle East. Like, that's one half there. But now, and you got fucking psycho MAGA people. That's the other half. Matt Gaetz, what's her face, from Attack on Titan, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, all that. That's the fascist fucking side of the Republican Party. I think the other guys, they had fascist tendencies, but they weren't fascist in the way that the new fucking, the new form of republicanism is fascist. They nonstop talk about immigrants and fucking terrorists and all that shit for a reason. Fear is used as a motivational tool by the government over the masses. It's very strong. It's a very strong motivating factor. You make people scared, and you get them like scared of. I remember when there were a lot of like like Muslim terror attacks, or not like ISIS, not Muslim, ISIS terror attacks in this country. I started feeling scared. Like, oh shit, I live near NASA. Maybe like they target that, because it's like a thing that would be a terrorist target, right? And they put out that list of like all these potential terror targets one time. That was an effective fucking propaganda tool for ISIS, because it made me scared as a kid. It made a bunch of people scared, and like people reference that all the time. Like, oh, you see we're on the list. Like, yeah, fear is a very powerful thing, and it's a very powerful tool for propaganda, and that's why terrorism is very it's very effective at scaring people. It's not very effective as a way of getting your ideas, legitimizing your ideas and spreading them in a way that's gonna result in praxis, result in synthesis of ideology and real world fucking application. You're not gonna get that so much from terrorism, but it is very good at scaring people. And when you have people scared, they will, sign their rights to fucking digital privacy over more than they would have previously. The Patriot Act was done in the wake of a big terror attack, like 9/11 or something, a couple numbers, I forgot which ones. Big terror attack, they signed the Patriot Act after that, and because of it. And they realize that. They know this shit. These people are politically, they're not as stupid as you and me. They know what the fuck is going on with the political theory and the political science and all that shit. So they're like, oh fuck, that was a big terror attack. We better take full advantage of that as soon as possible. And that's the timing on that. It wasn't necessarily like the thing they needed to do to get the terrorists that did 9/11. It's just convenient timing. Now no one has any rights. Like, one second. Woke junkie, that's me, dude. Literally, that's the vibe. I'm the junkie who, like, you don't want to be like, but you want to hear some fucking crazy shit, crazy story from them. And between the crazy stories about and instructions on smoking crack, you can get political theory that is based in fucking results in societal good. It's awesome. That's what I'm doing here. I don't think anyone's done that before. And I'm gonna be making beats too sometimes, like between this. Right now I'm on a fucking roll, so I'm rolling with it, and I'm putting these ideas on the ground and circling them with a chalk marker. Or actually just chalk. It's a big chalk stick, one that looks like a little crayon. A big crayon, actually. I digress. Do you see me digressing? I looked at the screen because I'm going to read the next point, which is religion and government are intertwined. Christian nationalism, you ever heard of that fucking phrase? It's a thing. Yo, boy, is it a thing. It's quite popular, actually, among the Republicans, of all people. Could you believe it, dude? Almost all of these are only expressed on one side of the political aisle. It's crazy. It's almost as if they're a fascist movement. But that would be crazy. You can't be saying that kind of thing, because then it's like, oh, well, they probably think the same thing about us. No, they just want to kill us. They want us dead. They want us to die in fucking camps, okay? They're not going to say that. No one's going to say that. I'm inferring that from their behavior, okay? Like, in Florida, they can now legally take your kids for teaching them woke ideology. Like, they haven't acted on it yet, but they can. That's a fear tactic. And exposing it, I'm not going to get into it until I've read like the laws exactly and I know what the extent of it is. But they can, like, DHS can take your kids. Department of not Homeland Security. Housing Services? No. Health and Safety. Department of Health and Safety. There we go. There's like 5 different DHSs. It's not even that though. It's like FPS. No. Families Protective Service. It's not WIC. WIC is like a benefits program. Fuck. This is why I need like a chatter to be like, hey, this is what you were thinking of, and I can be so much more effective. Because this happens all the time. Like, digress, dude. You need to digress. I'm gonna take a quick breather. All right, assume the thinking pose. Legs in the air makes the blood rush to my brain. Hopefully the ideas come along with it. Or one of the blood cells has the idea in it. It's got to hit my brain and then I'll remember. Not a doctor. That was a joke. I don't think that's how it works. Sometimes I say not a doctor and I mean like this is true, but I'm not good at explaining it and I don't have a full understanding of all the ways that this is like the case. But sometimes I mean like blood cells contain ideas. Sometimes those blood cells go in your foot, sometimes they go in your brain. If they hit your brain, that's why you think certain things. Obviously not true. I say I'm not a doctor, it makes it sound like I mean it too much. I'm being too sincere with some of the stupid shit I'm saying. I have to establish credibility with an audience. Like, I'm irony poisoned. I'm not irony poisoned. I'm ironic, but I'm not irony poisoned. Irony poisoned means you can't tell if someone's joking or not. I don't ever want that to be the case. I want people to know exactly what I believe. With no ambiguity. That's something I despise about fascists and Republicans. They don't want what they believe. Fair, but because that's like to believe what I believe, and I want other people to, understand my perspective, even if they don't agree with it, at least. Because they don't know people who don't. Anyway, I'm not gonna go there. It's exciting for me. I love talking about this shit. Hold on. Oh my god. I was trying to figure out what the fuck was in my tooth. Cause I picked it out of my tooth and I squeezed it and it popped. And I was like, what the fuck? That can't be good. And I realized it was just a piece of rice because I hate rice. That was scary. My life flashed before my eyes briefly. I'm like, what could be falling on my face that's gonna pop, dude? Not good. Labor power. Wait, we're not there yet. Hold on. Deep breath. Someone should design a product. I think they already have products like this. But it's like a vape where it gives you feedback. It doesn't put anything in your lungs. It's just air. But like a light will light up on the end of it. And it'll make a noise like you're hitting a vape. Like that, I think would be such a good tool for like centering yourself. They have like little rings that you can like suck or blow into. I don't think that's the same. I think you need feedback, like tactile feedback, right? It clicks when you press it and you take a breath and lets the air through. Something like that. It would fucking be a really good tool for like centering yourself and like, okay, what, centering yourself. That means what I think it means and what I'm expressing. Okay. Corporate power is protected. Who is the party of fucking reducing taxes on corporations and regulations? And reducing regulations on corporations. Not Democrats. Democrats are big fans of regulation. And not in theory. In practice, they don't give a fuck about anything except for doing nothing because they're just wearing a different color and supporting the same interests. But hypothetically, fucking the Republicans are the party of business and the Democrats the party of not business, I guess. I don't know. Like generally people see the Republicans as like the corporate party, the corporations party. Like I don't know how to describe this in a way that's more tangible, but I think it can be understood when I'm saying like the Republicans are the corporate guys. They're in bed with corporations the most, but they are the ones like big business. That's their thing. Now, the industrial and business aristocracy. Wait, let me read the other one, the religion one. Governments in fascist nations tend to use the most common religion in the nation as a tool to manipulate public opinion. Religious rhetoric and terminology is common from government leaders, even when the major tenets of religion are diametrically opposed to the government's policies or actions. For example, Christianity is espoused by the fascist movement in this country and Republicans, despite their treatment of fucking immigrants. And like Jesus would not have done any of the shit that they're in support and that they're in favor of when it comes to like forgiveness or like everyone's equal, egalitarianism. Fucking has the Christianity that the Republicans espouse has nothing to do with the Christian religion or Jesus or any of that shit. It's an aesthetic and it's a way of manipulating people. Like you can appeal to someone's religion and their religious beliefs. That's a really good way to convince them of other things that you believe. It's a gateway for entry, and that's why like I mentioned like Islam and fucking theocratic fascists in the Middle East because it's the same fucking like in Iran, for example, the morality police. Like none of that shit has to do with Islam. I know Muslims; they're fucking great people. They're the kindest fucking people. And they're like the ones who care about the fucking community and like, the poor people and all that shit the most as far as like religious people go, in my experience. And like, I think it's a common sentiment as well. Like, with Muslims caring about others and having a sense of community. I think that's a good stereotype about that religion. But in practice, it's a fascist government in Iran doing the thing and using the religion as a pretense for the actions they take that violate human rights and all that shit. Anyway, the corporate power one. I'm gonna read the bullet point under that. The industrial and business aristocracy. Hey, did I read that? No. The industrial and business. I love the word industrial because it reminds me of my art. My label is called 404 Industrial Complex, which is also a political term. Industrial complex is something else I'm not gonna get into right now, but that's why it's called that because it's political. Politics are fucking inseparable from my music and art. Like I make all my digital art in MS Paint because it's a default program that comes with Windows. Like everyone who has a computer already has MS Paint installed on it because it comes with Windows. And the reason for that is I don't like gatekeeping fucking like artistic abilities behind like software or access. It's accessible by everyone. It's fucking of the people. Anyway, indulging. The industrial and business aristocracy of a fascist nation are often the ones who put government leaders into power, creating a mutually beneficial business-government relationship and power elite. That's what I was saying about collaboration between the businesses and the state. Like, in Nazi Germany, it was not IBM, because IBM was an American company that collaborated with them. In Nazi Germany, it was Volkswagen. They made all the cars, and they made the fucking military cars as well. And it was like a private company, but there was no distinction between them being like a wing of the government, and being their own company, because the interests were the same, and the lines between them kind of collapsed into one. One second. Phlegm, dude. Oh, it's my throat. Hold on. I don't want this to sound out loud. Make sure. Okay. Fuck yeah, dude. We're making progress. The road is clear. There's no fog. It's freshly paved. The reflectors are fucking reflecting a whole bunch of light that is reaching them. We're good. Labor power is suppressed. That's a big one. It's a big thing. That's why fucking fascists demonize socialists. Because socialists are the ones who fight for the rights of workers. Like, they'll posture. Nazis, fucking fascists will posture. Oh, we're a working class party. That's why they call themselves National Socialists. That's what Nazi stands for. But it's like in German or some shit. I don't know. They were the National Socialist Party. They weren't socialists. The Democratic Republic of Korea, North Korea, is not a democratic republic. It's not a democratic country. They call themselves that. They posture as being working class, but in practice are not at all whatsoever. And in fact are diametrically opposed to labor power, because labor power and the power of the many is something that gets in the way of authoritarian actions, and like giving power to a few people who want to do a lot of things without the approval of anyone else, So they're very. Let me read the bullet point, and I'll get more into it. Because the organizing power of labor is the only real threat to a fascist government. Labor unions are either eliminated entirely or severely suppressed. What was I just saying about Elon Musk? What did he say the fucking two biggest things that were the enemy of the people were in an interview? Was it labor unions? was that one of the things that he thought was bad, like the most bad? I think it was. I think fucking they love talking about labor unions being corrupt and all that shit. I think there's a reason for that. And let me talk about unions real quick, because unions can be corrupt, just like any other fucking institution that's made of people. Anything that has people making up the group can be corrupt, potentially. And sometimes it is. But that doesn't mean, the democratic government is corrupt in this country. That doesn't mean democracy is bad. Democracy is good, I think. It's very good. And we should seek to mend the corruption, instead of just throwing out the idea of government or democracy at all. Unions are not an institution as much as they are a group of workers agreeing to work in tandem with each other to achieve better rights and better pay and better conditions. That's all a union is. You can have three people who work at a coffee shop, and it's like a coffee hut, dude. You got like the fucking coffee machine under the desk, and on top of the desk is where they put the coffee and they serve the people, and above the desk is like a little fucking two sticks holding up a little roof, and on top of the roof is palm fronds. It's a little coffee shack, okay? Three people man that coffee shack one at a time. They get together outside of work and say, hey, our boss is treating us like shit. He punches us in the face whenever he comes to check on things. I don't like it so much. Let's all quit at the same time or go on strike if he fucking tries to do that shit again. And we'll tell him that. That's a labor union. You create a labor union. That's what you did. You collectively bargained for your rights as a worker as a union. That's what a union is. And so that's not. You can't say unions are corrupt. What do you mean by that? You mean the organization that these workers created a long time ago that has since become like rather fucking bloated and like basically a job. If it becomes a career path, like I'm gonna be a union fucking person. I want to protect my job as this union person. I'm gonna get paid a lot of money outside of this union job by the company I'm supposedly like, you know, I don't know how much that happens, but unions are fucking gutted as much as possible by the corporations and to have their power taken from them and are made ineffective because they're the ones fighting against them. It's like, why would they not weaken their opposition? It just makes sense for them. So you need strong unions so the workers have strong ways to advocate for their rights. Like, it's why I used to work at Target, and when I signed up for that job, on day one, before I did anything else, before I got my uniform, they made us watch a video that was like 15 minutes long, and the only thing that was important and like not just propaganda about how you should shop at Target was our workplace is better without the union. Or they said it in a way it was like, we've decided, like, here at Target, we're a family, and our workflow is just is optimized to be better without a union. And say, oh, okay, that makes sense. But if you don't know what a union is, that makes sense. Why they're saying that, it makes sense. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess this is the kind of place that doesn't need a union. Like, what? No. They're saying that in that way because that's how they want you to accept it. But really, it's because the last thing they want is to have to pay you any more or give you any more than the 29 hours that it brings them right up to the line of having to give you insurance and all that shit. And so that, above all else, especially Target, because Target has progressive people working there. It's kind of their aesthetic, right? People with piercings and fucking colored hair and shit. It's like, that's why I have Starbucks and out front. Like, but they also know that those people are a little bit more progressive and well-read than fucking maybe your Home Depot employees, right? And so they gotta get that shit hammered into you as soon as you walk in the doors. They don't want you unionizing. And there's a labor movement coming up in this country right now. It's not huge yet, but it is a labor movement, and it is meaningful, and it could be expanded upon. And that's like why I'm choosing now to do what I'm doing, because I think this labor movement has potential, like a lot of potential, and it can become something much greater if it's expanded upon and people are given the ideological tools in order to understand that and, you know, disseminate these ideas. That's why I got the ideas out there right now, specifically in this country. I could be focusing on another country that has more potential. I don't live there. I live here, and I think this is the way that change is going to happen. This is the labor movement is how people get liberated from their fucking bullshit jobs, and how we make automation work for everybody and not for the people who own the robots. Shit like that. The labor movement is the key to everything, and the worker liberation is the goal. Like, I've been radicalized through my experience working shitty jobs. It's not like, for me, it's not like an external far-fetched thing, like, oh, these workers are getting treated so bad. I got treated bad in 30 fucking different jobs before I turned 24. Like, I was more than 30. I don't keep these jobs very long because I don't take shit from people. Like, unironically, I don't take disrespect from anyone. No matter who you are, I don't care. I got kicked out of rehab on the day before I was getting fucking on the plane to go to the next rehab, which is like a fucking long-term facility, because the fucking lady was talking shit, or not talking shit, she was like treating me specifically like bad. Let me give you an example. We had the TV room. I got bedrooms all down the hall like this, and at the end of the hall you got a TV room. It was me and a few other people watching TV. She comes in there and says, you can't have a blanket in the TV room. I look left, I look right, I'm like, they got blankets, not trying to throw them under the bus, but then she's like, I know, like, you can't have a blanket in here. Okay, so why are you singling me out? And you're not even admitting it? You're not admitting it? You're not saying, well, you're even making up an excuse. Oh, that blanket specifically is the kind of blanket you can't have in here. I don't know, make something, you make it apparent, like, abundantly clear to me that fucking you are fucking with me and being disrespectful. So I stood up for myself. I told her, you can go fuck yourself. I'm not taking my blanket out of here. I didn't say that. I said no. And not until you make everyone get it. But like, not functionally that, but that's what I said. I said, you can make everyone take their blanket out here. I'm not taking my blanket out here. That's what's gonna happen. Like, I'm not gonna be fucking picked on right now. And then like people would put their food in the microwave to like store it for later. I noticed that. I'm like, oh, that sounds great because I don't like put my food in the fridge because my teeth are missing and it hurts to eat it when it's cold. Woe is me, right? I put the food in the microwave. Fucking, she comes and throws it away every time. Like after I do it, it fucking made me so mad because she didn't tell me you can't do that. She never said that once. She fucking just threw away my food. Like, I wanted to fucking like scream at her and throw a fit and maybe a couple fists as well, but I didn't. I talked my shit and I got kicked out as a result because she went and said a bunch of other shit that didn't happen. I wasn't the only one she picked on either. She had like, and that's especially why I didn't stand for it. And I called her out for that too because the fucking dude was like being harassed about the razors that he was shaving with, and like, oh, there's a razor in here somewhere. I know I give you a fucking razor, or I let you. You gotta have your own razors. You just gotta get them out of the locker. It's because there's like sharp shit in these kinds of places where people are like unstable. Not great, right? Like, and I told him, you're fucking with me the same way you're fucking with this dude about the razors. What's your deal, lady? What's your fucking problem? I'm like, they kicked me out over there. She tells her boss, and like writes all these reports on me, and then like the boss comes screaming at me like, do you know what happened? Do you like, it's so unambiguous? She's like, I don't care. All I hear is this, and that's a problem. You are minuscule in my world. You are one person. I keep people out for breakfast, dude. You don't even know, like, and that's in rehab. Like that's kind of how it becomes. That's why it's not, rehab is not a great way to get clean from drugs at all. It's a business, and they know that, and they make more money when more people relapse. And so, but also, like, you see so many people relapse over and over and over again, you start to lose faith in everybody, and no one gets clean. You don't have faith in them to get clean, and it lowers your chance of getting clean. That's why I went to this program in California. It's like a long-term program where you get invested in people and you build relationships with those people. And like, I worked there briefly before falling asleep on the job because I was also working another job at AT&T. Fucking, oh my god, not gonna get into it. Corporate power is protected, labor power is suppressed. Peas, plosives, snakes on a plane. How many snakes? Not nearly enough. Disdain for intellectuals in the arts. The Nazis were famously opposed to art movements that were like subversive or like, you know, modern art is shit on a lot by these fucking crusty ass old white people fucking with powdered wigs. Okay, modern art is meaningless. The fucking it's just scribbles on a page, like, but unironically, you know, they say shit like that all the time for a reason. It's because A, they don't understand it. B, art is to them not what it is to someone like myself, a leftist or just like an artist. Like, art for me is communication. It's a way of, you know, expressing myself to people and something that we have in common as human beings. Like, it's something that we all have in common and we can all understand. And like, emotions that we all share, right? But to them, it's like a symbol of pride. These marble sculptures that are very detailed and technically hard to make are fucking a symbol of achievement. That's why dubstep, specifically the dubstep community, dubstep is a very technically difficult genre to make. Like, in theory it is, right? Because the sound design is like the main appeal, but at the end of the day, dubstep is just the rhythm, it's the drums, it's the fucking the harshness and like the vibe of it, right? It's kind of, you know, ambiguous because it's genre, and genre is a made up category in the first place. But I make this dubstep that is noisy. It's distorted and it's not clean. It's sounding. It's very noisy and messy sounding on purpose, and that drives people crazy. That's why the subreddit that's at first why they hated me, because I didn't give them more reasons to hate me, because I hated them at that point. I'm like, okay, you guys don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I thought you did, and that's why you're criticizing me, because you wanted to help me, but you don't. You just think that, like, you're fucking socially not super successful. You don't have a lot of fucking friends or people who respect you in your life, and so you make this music that is complicated and hard to make, and then people respect you, and then you get to go on the stage and act like a god with the fucking flashing lights and a silhouette, fucking hands up in the air, and like everyone else puts their hands up, and you're like, I'm commanding people, and I'm commanding respect. And there's a reason why dubstep artists a lot of the time are like the weird kids. A, because it's weird music, it's esoteric, but B, because that is like in the same way that like people who get picked on in school become cops because they want to have, people who aren't fucking like ontologically evil will become dubstep artists for the same kind of reasons. Cops aren't necessarily evil, they're just evil in practice. And dubstep artists that's a trend I've identified, and I think that's why I make the messy ass fucking noisy, it's a statement about like why, like, because then I've intertwined that with classical music that I've composed, like things that are also technically difficult to do in a different way or expressive in a different way, or like the shit I made recently, post dub, like that shit is funny. It's funny and it tells a story that is interesting and worthwhile. But because it's not like crisp and clean and clear and like sound design isn't fucking intricate, all intricate sound design is taking more time and putting it into changing the sound in a short period of time more ways than you would have otherwise. Does that make sense? You got like 40 knobs here, right? Normally you only change like 1 or 2 of them to give the sound its identity. But in dubstep, you might change like fucking all of them at once because it makes it really complicated. And so that's meaningless to me. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't make the song better. It doesn't make it more interesting to listen to. I think the underlying idea, that's why I call it anti-realist, because it's the underlying idea, not the real material of the song, is fucking what matters here. And it goes right over their heads. And so I said, fuck all you guys. Like, I don't want your support anyway. You don't know anything. And not because I'm pretentious and I know more than you, but because your attitude is bad. Because you're valuing the wrong things here. Like, I don't think my music's any better than anyone else's music at all. Like, it's objectively not even possible to be that, because it's a subjective fucking thing. But you're dismissing it on its face because it doesn't fit in with your idea of what it's supposed to be. And that's the problem. That you think it's supposed to be something specific. Like, it generally is something specific, but it doesn't have to be. And by you telling me that it's bad because it's not that, you are missing the point. And so I went off and fucking started trolling and acting like Kanye West a little bit, because that is really what these people. It's a competitive ass industry, meaning like not only is there not a lot of like money in it, and so if you want to do it professionally, you have to like really, fuck a lot of people over basically, and really kiss ass to a lot of people basically, and it's not meritocratic. Don't let anyone tell you that the better your music is, the more chance you have of fucking making it. It does not work like that at all. It's in dubstep especially. It's who you're willing to steal ideas from, who you're willing to fucking kiss the ass of to get ahead, and who you're willing to put up with socially and like schmooze and all that. Music industry like that is like that in general. That's why I'm radically doing the opposite of that, because I want to show people that and highlight that and like point that out and say why it's bad. Like, so I started acting like Kanye, and people get really offended by that because like, oh, you think you're better? You think you're the best fucking, not better, but I'm like, I'm one of the fucking best producers in the world. I'm the fucking hardest working producer in the world. I make all these constant dollars, dude. I'm the hot shit, dude. I'm hot shit. And then they'd be like, no, I'm hot shit. I'm hot shit. You're fucking not cool, and I don't think you're cool. And like, it's so funny to me. It's super funny. I got in these arguments, because I always reach out to people when they talk shit to me. I DM them, and I'm like, hey, fucking, you're big and smelly, and not big like fat, but like big smelly, and here's why. Also, we can talk like adults. You can call me on the phone, and I'll explain this shit to you in a little bit more detail and tell you what I mean if you want to engage like adults. But also, I'm gonna fling some shit at you because you flung shit at me, and I just gotta read the conversation because it's so funny. I was dunking on this dude with fucking funny ass comebacks, and all I can say is, I gotta read it because it's so fucking funny. I love that shit. I love being able to like fucking roast people, and then they come back. They come back at me with like, yeah, whatever, dude. Fucking keep telling yourself that you're mentally ill and delusional and homeless. And I'm like, okay. Because at that point, it's like, to me, you are worthless as a friend. I'm not gonna try to be your friend. I don't think you're the kind of person I want to be friends with. So what? I'm gonna say something else to you that's like an insult, and I'm gonna see if you're gonna say anything else other than that. Can you come up with anything other than the most low-hanging fruit possible? Like, I'm testing you. And they never can. They never can. They can only say I'm mentally ill, delusional, and homeless. Like, that's all they got. Because they're not fucking creative. They're not creative people. They're fucking. They're people who have studied the thing that is popular to a degree that they are very familiar with it and able to replicate it in a way that is slightly different. They're not fucking. Their head's in the wrong place. And that can change. That can change. I'm not saying it's like bad. I'm saying it doesn't have to be that way. Like that's all. And that's what they don't accept. It has to be this way. Like no. Break the fucking boundaries, dude. I'm radically non-binary. I'll read that conversation another time because I want to. All these people, I told them, I speak in like grandiose terms about myself. Like I do believe that I'm gonna make. I believe that I'm trying my hardest to make history. I believe that people who make history are the people who do the things that I'm doing, like which is being radically dedicated to something specific and having a goal in mind and spending a long period of time trying to achieve that goal, right? And I want to make history, and I want for a reason. I don't want to be known as like the best. I want to be known as the person who brought about this type of change, like. So I speak about myself in those terms sometimes, and people call it like self-aggrandizing, and I guess that's true. Like, but it's not like the same way Kanye West does it, which is like fucking douchebaggery. It's not the same. It's not. There's a point to it when I do it. Like when he does it, it's just fucking because he thinks he's hot shit. And I can say like, dude, I tell people like one day you're gonna look back on this, and you're gonna regret it so much. You're gonna feel like such a dumbass. It's like so fucking stupid, and like yeah, okay, dude. And one day, like if I'm successful in what I'm trying to do, they will be like, damn, I could have been fucking like friends with that guy, or I could have been cool with that guy, or known them in some way. And like, you know, guy is a gender neutral term, by the way. Like when I use it that way. Don't call me a guy though. I'm the only one who can call myself a guy. I had to think about that for a second. It's like, is there anyone else who could like? Maybe if you say like, hey, come on, guy. Like, what's going on, guy? Then I understand what you mean. But it's like that guy over there. Say that person over there. Dude over there is fine. Dude is 100%. What's up, dude? Dude means nothing. It means something. It means person. We're all dudes. On the inside. And the outside. Disdain for the intellectual and the arts. Fascist nations tend to promote and tolerate open hostility to higher education and academia. These fucking liberal elites going to fucking, getting their book degrees and learning and coming and telling us how to fucking these coastal elites, dude. Which is kind of true. There are people in this city that fucking treat me like fucking like I'm stupid because I have a southern accent, or because I tell them I'm from Florida and they like, ooh. Can you step a few feet back? I'm starting to like smell the country coming off your breath a little bit, you know. Like, dude, I don't have teeth because I smoked fucking crack, okay? I'm not gonna smoke crack. It's more of the dry mouth you get from heroin and all that stuff. But not because I'm from the South. And I'm frankly offended by your generalizing of that, okay? 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 No, but the reason for that is because, like I said, socialism is an idea that is rooted in, like, understanding and study of fucking like political science. There's people who came up with socialism and these terms and these ideas were people who understood political science on like an academic level and like a historical level. And fascism is not that. Fascism is it's feelings over facts. Socialism is facts. It feels good, but it's factually based. fascism is not. So they are against the idea of empiricism and intellectualism and fucking education and all that shit. That's why they're trying to defund fucking schools, and it all ties together. It all ties together. It's really sad because education is the most important thing in my opinion. If you're educated, then your worldview just is potentially so much more healthy and like and fulfilling. Like, because then you realize that, or I don't know, maybe this is personal to me, but like the more I learned about everything that I know, the more I felt like my choices were valid as a person. Like what I want to do, what I spend my time doing day to day was valid, and then what fucking that person over there chooses to do their day to day was valid as well. Because sometimes I don't know if I'm doing enough or if I'm doing. It doesn't matter, is what I realized. Like, because there are people you learn about all these different stories. Humans learn best when they're told stories. I think like narratives and like you hear about a person like Mary Curie, the fucking radioactive lady with the radiation and shit. That story, that was her thing. She was the radiation lady. And that's valid, that's cool. You did that, even if you didn't, even if you did that and you weren't successful, that still would have been cool. You're radioactive as fuck, bro. I respect it, right? And so, uh, through education, you learn about all these different ways to be a person, and that you wouldn't have otherwise. Even if it's not something intellectual, even if you're just learning about like basketball players, you can like fucking or not basketball, sports players, because it's more of a. If you're learning about sports players, you can learn all these different stories of these different sports guys, sporticians. Some might even say. Not me. I say sports enthusiasts, but sporticians. It's like a mortician. But your enthusiasm is in sports, not in dead people. Some people like dead people. I think that's valid as long as you're not making them dead. There we go. But that's why I think education is a beautiful thing, because it gives you a bigger world, and the bigger your world is, the more okay you feel as a part of it. That's how I feel. I can't speak for everybody. Hold on. I'm gonna go out of frame. Check it out. I put makeup on. There's a little X under my. There's an X on my cheekbone now. Isn't it crazy? Subversive, dude. Obsession with crime and punishment. I was just talking about this. Fucking locking away and throw away the keys, right? That's the way they speak about criminals and crime and fucking crime and punishment. They're obsessed with it because they believe there's a way to be a moral system that is the moral system. That's like they like to use the religious aesthetic, but they think their morals are the morals, and they need to enforce these morals and fucking keep these degenerates from spreading their moral systems and ideas, because it's making the rest of us fucking less moral, And so the obsession with crime and punishment stems from that, and it also stems from one second. I'm gonna read the bullet point. It usually helps. Under fascist regimes, the police are given almost limitless power. Hold on, words. Plosives, snakes on a plane. Under fascist regimes, the police are given almost limitless power to enforce laws. The people are often willing to overlook police abuses and even forego civil liberties in the name of patriotism. There's often a national police force with virtually unlimited power in fascist regimes, like the secret police, the fucking brown shirts, the fucking sheriff's department, whatever. Okay, in the United States, there's a movement among police. You wouldn't know this unless you researched what the cops believe. Especially in rural parts of this country, there's an idea of the constitutional sheriff. which is essentially a cop who is the judge, jury, and executioner. And they think that's what the Constitution. They don't. These fuckers wish, dude. They wish, but they think that's what the Constitution actually. Because the Constitution is to be interpreted, right? Like they believe that. Dude, I just like scratched under my eye and instantly a red line appeared. That's nuts. Like, damn, did I get punched? I have a black eye right now, and I'm like, no, I just fucking scratched an itch and now it's red. But that's a real trend that these fucking sheriffs believe that that's their role, that's the power given to them by the Constitution, and they don't act that way necessarily. They do, but not like on paper, right? But that's they believe that's the movement they're trying to look into it. I'm not. There's some more news video called Sheriffs or something, and the topic is sheriffs. You can just look up some more news sheriffs on YouTube. It's an hour long and it's a deep dive into this topic specifically. But that is a component of the fascist movement as well. They want the police to have unlimited power because that is a method of control, and the police functionally do right now have fucking unlimited control over the population. They're able to charge people with crimes whether or not they committed them, whether or not they, like, even if they know the person didn't commit the crime, they can charge them with it just to ruin their day because they can fucking, who's gonna stop them? They have strong labor unions. The police union is one of the most powerful unions ever, like, for a reason, because they know unions are good. They know their union is so fucking good, in fact, that they can murder people and then get paid time off for it. Like, what the fuck? I can get fired for coming to work a few minutes late. They can come to work and then kill somebody on the job as a part of the job they're doing, and then fucking get paid time off for it. That's like beyond the pale to me. I don't know. I don't understand how they get away with it. I don't see how other people don't see this, but it doesn't. It's true. It's true as fuck. It's true as fuck, dude. And so throughout all these passages, like the morality people. Hold on, my words are not coming out. I need to slow down. Plosives, snakes on a plane. How many snakes? Not nearly enough. Jordan, thank you. I'll be here all night. Much to the fucking discomfort of those around me. It is what it is. The morality police, the brown shirts, the secret police, the KGB. Fucking in China, they have secret police. Not necessarily secret police because everyone knows that they're the police, but they can kind of just like make the billionaires disappear sometimes, and that just happens. It just happens sometimes, and everyone kind of knows that. I don't know. I'm not from China. It's completely on the other side of the world, dude. You have to dig a hole all the way through the earth to get there. Fucking, I don't know anything about it, except for they have a fascist government. 13, rampant crayonism. What the fuck? Cronyism. What the hell is crayonism, dude? Are they fucking... I thought we were the colorful ones. The fuck are they talking about? Rampant cronyism and corruption. That's pretty self-explanatory, I think. Like, the corruption in business and law and government. Fascist regimes are almost always governed by groups of friends and associates who appoint each other in positions of... Okay, start that over. Fascist regimes are always governed by groups of friends and associates who appoint each other to government positions and use government power and authority to protect their friends from accountability. It is not uncommon in fascist regimes for national resources and even treasures to be appointed or even outright stolen by government leaders. Damn, it's almost like Marjorie Taylor Greene was to fucking get rid of the FBI specifically to absolve Trump. Or that could have something to do with what I just said. Like, that would be crazy idea. Using the fucking institution of law to fucking absolve your friends, your political allies, and I just said what I said, and I think that stands proof enough, and that's pretty like obvious as an idea that I am trying to convey. It's self-evident if you know anything about anything in this country. Rampant I almost said crayonism again. I don't know why. I've never seen that word before, cronyism. I've heard of a crony. I've heard that word. I don't think I've read that word before. Because I know it's spelled C-R-O-N-Y. I kind of thought it was like a C-R-O-N-I-E word. Crony, dude. Oh, Crony, dude. What's up, my Crony? Put a feather in his hat and call it macaroni, dude. What is that song? I don't know. I don't want to go there right now. Fraudulent elections. Sometimes elections, in fact, instantly, fucking anyone on the right wing like hears me say, Biden, fraudulent election fraud. No, that's not what this means. It's not a real thing either. That's a narrative. That was the most secure election in history. Our elections are done with paper ballots for a reason. It is the most inefficient, but also the most directly traceable way of conducting elections. Every single vote has a piece of paper with the vote recorded on it by the person who voted. There is no way to fake that. You'd have to have, like, they can and did go and recount these votes a million fucking times, and you can look and see and trace these things materially back to like where the ballots came from. You can't just dump a million fucking ballots at this place and be like, oh, fucking million votes for Biden. It doesn't work like that. The votes can be validated, the votes can be traced, and they are, and it's done by people who work not for the state, but are volunteers just volunteers who like doing that shit. They're fucking freaks about paperwork. They love counting votes, dude. They love protecting the elections. They love watching the polls. It's the boomers. Boomers are weird about that shit. Every morning they go to McDonald's, sit down, get a breakfast sandwich and a coffee. At some point, they stop getting a sandwich and just get a coffee. At some point, they stop getting coffee and just go to McDonald's to hang out, because that's their thing. They also, once a year, go Christmas shopping. That's like, they look forward to that. Once a year, they also volunteer for elections. And it's usually the cool old people who do that, but that's who's doing it, and they're very passionate about it, and I respect it so much. Like, it is cool as fuck to me. I love old people who got, that's their thing, dude. I fucking volunteer for the elections, or I like, I organize the books at the library, shit like that. Mundane things that they're passionate about, like, and consistent like that, makes me so happy. Sometimes elections in fascist regimes are a complete sham. Other times, elections are manipulated by smear campaigns, or against, or even assassinate. What the fuck? This sentence is cobbled up with fucking rocks of all different shapes and sizes. Hold on. Sometimes elections in fascist nations are a complete sham. Other times, elections are manipulated by smear campaigns against or even assassination of opposition candidates. That doesn't make sense to me. But use legislation to control voting numbers or political boundaries and manipulation of the media. That was a clusterfuck. Sometimes they do these things. Thing number one, smear campaigns or assassination of opposing candidates. Thing two, use legislation to control voting numbers or political district boundaries. Have you ever heard of gerrymandering? It's when you order a pet salamander on the deep web and you name it Gary. It's when you draw the maps, the voting districts in a way that invalidates the votes of people. Because if you fucking got 4,000 people on this side and 400 people on this side, if you draw the map in a way that, like, 400, 4,000. They all vote 50-50. It would have been a tie, a direct tie, okay? You can draw the map in a way that gives you fucking all the people except for one on one side. And on the other side, there's just the one guy. This is not making sense. I gotta use maps and show. Look, this thing can be astronomically huge. And the other side can be, like, not astronomically huge, but just, like, slightly bigger than it needs to be to win, right? All these millions of things, the votes, get invalidated because the one just barely won. Does that make sense? That's the concept. I don't know if I'm conveying that properly. That's not really how it works. Like, they draw the maps in a way that makes all these people who, or maybe they're gonna lose anyway, but these votes don't even get counted because they don't, you know what I mean? Like, fuck. That's a hard thing to explain. I should find gerrymandering definition. It's when you draw the maps in a way that invalidates votes. But I want to explain the mechanism behind that. Okay, so when you change the maps to favor one part of your class. Okay, I guess I have to explain how it goes down and why it works and all that shit. That's a whole other topic. But that's basically what it is. You got like a million people and like a few people, and you draw them out in a way it just like cuts it out, and like now all these people get their shit invalidated. It's like the electoral college. You know, it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing. Yeah, if it was popular vote, then gerrymandering wouldn't matter, right? Because there'd be no districts. It would be this person's votes versus the other person's votes. But because it's all or nothing, and you get the electors or you don't, and you have a certain amount of electors, you can invalidate a shit ton of votes by gerrymandering. There. I think that's what I meant. Yeah. Fraud. So, election fraud. George Bush, hanging chads. Ring a bell? Not for me. I was born in the year 2000. So I was coming into existence as this was happening. Does that make sense? Is that election? 2000 was a voting year, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. So that means 2001 would have been Bush's first year. Okay. Oh, I have been born in March of 2000. Fucking. Should I say my birthday on the internet? Probably not. I'm trying to figure out if that's just like doxing or not. I'll probably say it online anyway. My birthday is easily findable, dude. I was born in March. So I was just like, just starting to come to my senses. Like for the first time. When the hanging chads were hanging. And they were not chads, let me tell you. They were fucking soy virgins, dude. Not chads. Because they caused George Bush to win. State of Florida chose not to, do the recount, even though the recount would have, made Gore win. Like, and that's why they didn't do the recount. Or the Supreme Court chose not. It's like, just accept the results before the recount had been completed. I don't know. I wasn't there. That's what it boils down to. It's a fraudulent election. That was the first time. That doesn't have anything to do with fascism, but that's like the tactic, right? That's like why they're going for these voter. That's why they're trying to disenfranchise voters. That's why in North Carolina, they tried to pass a law, got struck down because it was just like, dude, everyone here is racist, but you're being too loud about it. Okay, you need to chill out. What they did was look up what do black people most often use as voter ID, and then they just copied the answer. They copied and pasted that and said, okay, now you need. No. What are they least often used as voter ID? What is the least common form of ID used by these demographics of people? Now you need that. You need the one that used the least. Straight up, they said it was targeting these groups with surgical precision, and they struck it down because you're like, dude, you need to quiet down. We gave you a dog whistle. You're sitting here with a fucking megaphone, and you're pulling up a video on your phone, cruise ship horn, and you're putting the cruise ship horn up to the megaphone, and you're going, like, relax, okay? Fuck. There's a reason they do that. It's because they don't care about elections. They have to care about elections. But they only care about them insofar as they have to, and to attain power, They don't care about the concept of people's vote matter, accountability, democracy, fairness, anything like that. They care about power, attaining power, and fucking enforcing their will and their worldview on everyone else. Like, their moral system, which isn't really a moral system. It's more of fucking. I'm shaking too much. I'm shaking. I gotta start wiggling. I'm doing too much shaking. I gotta start wiggling. All right. That was the 14 points. 14 features of fascism. That's how you can identify a fascist movement. Because I just related the current day government in Iran to Nazi Germany, to the USSR, and there is a common thread between all of them, and it is the fascism that is present in these different political fucking movements, structures, whatever the fuck you want to call it, governments. And that's what is present today in the Republican Party. And that's why they're a fascist party. And that's why the fascist movement, the MAGA movement is a fascist movement. Like, whether you like it or not. Yeah, I'm not going to say every single Republican is a fascist. A lot of people, most fascists, I'd say even, are not ideologically fascist. They don't read these things and go, yep, that sounds good to me. Now I believe in fascism. They just happen to, or are tricked into it, and like, it's a manipulative ideology. It's like a cult almost, right? It pits you against other people, makes you scared of the other group of people, and so you kind of just like back into their group, right? You don't look at it and go, that sounds good, I subscribe to it. That's what my ideas are. That's what fucking, I'm not saying, oh, they're gonna get the fucking fascists are coming, they're gonna chop off our heads. They are, don't get me wrong, but that's not the avenue I express my advocacy through. I talk about rights and liberation and fucking freedom and power for everybody and control over your own life and like making things good, not stopping the other people from making it bad. That's what's important to me. And art as like art is something that fascists fucking despise. We talked about that. Like that's what that's not why I'm passionate about art. I'm not saying they like it, so they don't like it, so I'm gonna be that. I like art for the reasons that they don't like it, which is that it is empowering to everybody, and it is like fucking, it's communicative, and it's like it's interesting and different, and like I think the two things, politics and art and media, used to be very closely tied together. People who were making art, like if you read about like painters and like the different movements in art, like painting, these were very closely tied with the politics of the day and like what people were feeling and thinking. And today, that's been gutted completely. Art has become a product only, or a career path only, or like just something to do, a hobby. And it's not like oh, it's not what it used to be, dude. No, it's like it's been intentionally like excised from the political meaning contained in it, because that is convenient to people who don't want you thinking about that shit. They want you thinking about, you got work tomorrow, I don't have time for this shit, shut the fuck up. Like, you know, I got real life things to worry about while you're sitting there talking about pie in the sky bullshit ideology. Like that's how they want everyone thinking, and that's how I have everyone thinking, because that's how you get people to not care about their rights being taken from them slowly. Their fucking workers' rights, their fucking pay, their control. Like pay is the amount of power that you are given by the corporation. Like it is afforded to you. We will allow you to have this much power and no more, because the more money you have, the more you can do what you want to do, and the more you realize that like you don't have nearly enough like power. But if you're always worried about getting the next fucking, you know, paycheck to paycheck, you don't have time to be worrying about what you deserve, or like what you know, ought to have, or what everybody ought to have, like things like that. And so while this shit, that's what I understand. It's like pie in the sky bullshit to a certain extent. It's real life more so than anything else, because it is something we share, and it's not. I don't have anything in my real life like you know, connections. Friends. I have friends, but friends mean something different to me than most people, I think. I have PTSD, so it's hard for me to make close friends like that. I don't have best friends or people that like, you know. So I have time to look into this stuff. I have a reason to, and like I have a reason why it doesn't matter if people try to fucking, you know, assassinate me or harass me or like do it. I can stand for things and take action on things that most people wouldn't have the ability to, and that's why I see it as like, even if I'm not able to like make the change I want to make, it is my duty as someone who is in a position to try, you know? That's why it's so important to me. I realized that when I got clean, I'm like, fucking, well, now what? Now it's like, just fucking, I go work, and then I go fucking pay my bills, and then I go back to work, so I can keep paying my bills, so I can keep working, so I can pay my bills, and like, what is there for me in this at all? That's not a life I want to live. It's, even if I'm able to get a job that I can do and fucking maintain a base level of existence, I don't want to. That's not like what I'm interested in. I like having new experiences and like things. I like things. I can't have these new experiences. A, because a job would tie me down. B, because that job will make me want to die. Like fucking, oh my god, I can't do things that, like, I can't do the same thing every day, even if it's like audio engineering and it's different every day and the place I am is different. I can't do that shit. It's not the type of person I am. I need to learn new things all the time. I need to experience new things all the time. I need to have, and for me now, it's like, I can do that because I've chosen homelessness, basically. I wouldn't have to be homeless if I fucking I could get a new job every single fucking time I get fired if I wanted to. That's what I was doing until this point. Like, and it was working out to some extent, I guess, but it's not stable. This is stable in a different way, and it's a stable in a way that I'm okay with. Like, I don't have a lot. I don't need a lot. Like, I need my laptop. I need my fucking controller. Arguably, I only need the laptop, but the controller helps a lot. It makes it more interesting. What else? Phone, chargers, really, like clothes that I like to express myself with. That's all I need. Nothing else is important to me materially, and so this is fine. Like, I can then use my time to cobble together like fucking speakers I find in the trash and do projects that like interest me and only me, or like sometimes other people, but really just like it's selfish. It's like I want to. This is what I enjoy. I'm going to the park, you know, making beats in different parts of the city because this where the location I made the beat fucking impacts the outcome of the sound of the song. Or like it's not loud enough, so I make the sounds distorted so I can hear it better. Like shit like that. That's interesting to me, and I think other people should think about things in these terms more often. And so I try to like use my life as an example and a story that like means something. If people were to, you know, study me as a person and the experiences I've had and the things I've done, they could learn something from that. And because I sit here and I read about people and their stories and like the scientists and like the fucking artists and stuff, and that's how I learn about ideas and stuff like that. So I would be like, okay, I could be one of those people. I'm gonna fucking do something that is worth talking about, or like, you know, worth recounting or worth learning from in the first place. And so through that, and once I learned like the political stuff, I'm like, oh shit, there is solutions to the problems that like I'm not only me but everyone seems to be facing. Like that's when I got like galvanized. Like I was radicalized a long time ago when Bernie Sanders ran for president, because that's when I realized that like politics was an avenue for making things better. Like it can be better, and we ought to strive to make things better, like college free and things like that. And like then I realized not only that, but things can be so much better. Like things can be oriented in a way that promotes a healthy existence, mentally, physically, and fucking emotionally, mentally, arguably the same. But like, and so now it's like, oh shit, what can I do? What can I do about it? And so I start fucking going ham with the concept albums, making a lot of music in a short period of time. I'm the hardest working producer of all time, because none of these other producers were fucking homeless when they made their like 3 beats a day or whatever the fuck. Like, not only am I homeless, but I'm making like 10 beats a day, and or I'm not gonna get into that because that is self-evident, I think, at this point. And so now it's like I've done something noteworthy in that sense. I've also like brought some new things to the table, some new forms of music and like ideas, like for songs that maybe not the best execution of those ideas, but someone else could hear that and be like, oh shit, I could do that, but I could do it better. And then boom, like that's something that's cool. It's like a precursor I use the word precursor to refer to images that I then make my cover photos out of. I'll take a picture and I'll like select a piece of the picture and like duplicate it all over the screen or like smear it, and fucking the image I start with is the precursor. And fucking when I remix a song, the song I remix is not I'm not remixing the song, I'm not making a remix of the song, because then you're trying to use the song as a like you already have you want to highlight the parts of the song that are good and like make and you know bring your own elements, but really it's the same song and you're just elevating it, right? Ideally, when you make a song, you're making it your own, and you're it's the same song, but it's better, or it's your version now. When I remix a song, I'm chopping up the song and completely disassembling it and using different parts to build something new in its entirety. So it's a precursor instead of a fucking, you know, whatever, the song you're remixing. And that's what I'm trying to do with the ideas behind the songs as well. And like, even this fucking live stream, I might not blow up, I might not fucking have the reach or impact that I want, but other people will be inspired by that. Like my attempt to do so. I'm inspired by fucking streamer Vosh, because that's what he does. He's like fucking identified something that didn't exist, but will be politically effective if it did exist. Like debate, but from debating these ideas with people, like debating fascists and like all that shit, because no one was debating like from the side of a socialist before he did in that way. It was more of like a yeah, it was like means to an end, you know. And I recognized that and I respected it, and it helped me, you know, learn what I needed to do. And so fucking, I want to do the same thing. I want to show people like a thing that's possible. You can use art as a means to make the world a better place. It's not just a means of like fucking fixing yourself or expressing yourself or making a career or blowing up. It's something that you can use as a tool to fucking spread ideas that make the world a better place. And I think I'm gonna end on that because that is like the motif of my work basically. There's an underlying reason for it, and it's not that I think I'm gonna be the person to do something, but I'm gonna try to be, and hopefully in me trying to do so, someone who will be, like can or could be, or you know, it inspires others to do something with purpose and meaning. That's anti-realism, digital anti-realism. Snakes on a plane, how many snakes? Not nearly enough. Okay.